Hello, and welcome to the Dusty Love Connection, where we explore the dusty, derelict, and downright dysfunctional dating habits of the most unproductive men, aka the Kang's street name Guntavian and his continental cousin Guntunde. Hey girl, hey! How's everyone? I'll let you guys come in. Hopefully, some people show up soon. Let's see. Well, today we're going to continue our discussion on the Sojourner's Passport, a Black woman's guide to having the life and love you deserve. And that's what we'll be going over today. Is just a continuation of last week's live stream. So for anyone who missed the live stream, you can email me and I will send you a link to the private video so that you can watch it if you still care to. So tonight we're just going to go over some of the other chapters in the book that I think that are pertinent to Black women in general, even though this book is written from the viewpoint of an African American woman, Khadija Nassif. So we're going to delve into the chapters about vetting men as it pertains to Black women. And the first chapter that we're going to go over is chapter 13. And again, that's from the Sojourner's Passport. This book is available on Amazon. I think on Kindle, it may be $5. The paperback copy is like $15. And it's the Sojourner's Passport, a Black woman's guide to having the life and love you deserve. And we're going to go over the chapter about vetting men this evening. There's a few, but I just want to go over some key points in the chapter, and again, it's chapter 13. The title is Let's Get Serious About Vetting Men, Part 1. Do you really want a fatherless man to be the father of your children? Since this is a meeting for the current and aspiring sojourners, and I guess I should clarify what a sojourner is for those of you who may not have been here last week. A sojourner is basically a Black woman who lives her life to the beat of her own drum. She's not tied down to the generalizations that are often placed upon Black women or Black womanhood. And it's a really good book. Like I feel as though if you're a Black woman and you want to better understand the things that you may be feeling in regards to your relationships with Black men and the relationship that Black men have put Black women in America and in the world in general, this is a really good book because although she uses examples that are contextual to a Black woman in America, I feel as though these can apply to Black women across the board because although we may be living in different countries, we're experiencing a lot of the same issues. So again, we're going to go over the chapter about vetting men. It says, since this is a meeting for current and aspiring sojourners, I'm not even going to bother discussing the widely known undesirables that any prudent woman would totally screen out of her romantic life: convicts, drug dealers, and playboys. Instead, let's talk about something that I hear very few African American women mention when they discuss the husband potential of various men, whether or not these men grew up with a father. I find this quite strange because the composition of a date's family of origin is one of the first of few questions that old school African American parents want answers to. Who are his people? This is one of the few questions that many middle class African American parents will have about the people their children date. Parents from other ethnic groups, such as African, Asian, including South Asian and Middle Eastern, typically go even further with these inquiries. Parents from these groups tend strongly to discourage their children from dating people from broken or dysfunctional homes. They do this because they understand that their child isn't just marrying an individual, but is actually marrying into another family's background. Modern Western culture likes to characterize such screening as intrusive and cruel, but is actually kind in the long run by sparing people unnecessary problems. The harsh reality is that most people do what they saw their parents do. The example set by their parents is that their default setting, good or bad. So let's consider this in terms of fatherless men. Let's consider what it might mean if you select a fatherless man to be your husband and the father of your children. Do you really want your child's father to be a man who has never seen what a live in full time husband and father does? Has never seen a father be a part of everyday routines like finding your kids' socks or their shoes when getting dressed for school? Has never seen a father play an integral part in creating family holiday traditions? Has never seen a father put up the family Christmas tree each year? Has never helped his father put up the family Christmas tree. Oh, that's in there twice. Has never helped his father put up the family Christmas tree each year. Has never seen a father play an integral role in creating family weekend traditions. Has never seen a father get up every day, before everybody else in the house to clear the snow off the steps and sidewalk so that his family will use to go to school or work that morning. Has never seen a father clearing ice off the windshield of his wife's car while doing the above. Has never seen a father get up in the middle of the night to walk through the house and peek into various rooms to make sure the children are safe and sleeping comfortably. Has never seen what a healthy day to day relationship between a married couple looks like from inside the home. Has never seen a husband showing daily respect and consideration for his wife. Has never seen a father slowly show daily affection for his children. Has never seen a father having and implementing a plan for his children's educational futures. Has never seen a father having or implementing a plan for his children's vocational futures. Has never seen a father discuss his child's future relationships with them, who is to be looked at for and valued in a spouse. Has never seen a man show respect for legitimate authority. There are countless other specific questions that I could ask along those lines, but you get the idea. It's something that bears some serious consideration. Okay, it says addendum. Before someone writes in to talk about President Obama is a fatherless man, let's carefully think about this for a moment. For first, common sense should tell us that exception is not the rule. Common sense should also make it plain that Obama is atypical in many ways. Being fatherless and raised by whites in Hawaii and Indonesia is probably quite different from being fatherless and raised under other conditions in other places. I do suspect that for political reasons, he has downplayed the role his Muslim Indonesian stepfather played in raising him. Second, there's no rational reason to assume that President Obama is such a great father. I know many of us enjoy the symbolism of the publicity photos he takes with his daughters, but let's try to think clearly about this for a moment. I find it interesting. Nobody really stops to consider just how absent he's been due to the political career that he voluntarily chose during huge portions of his young daughter's lives. To a small child, absent is absent. From previous interviews, his absence seems to have been a source of friction in his marriage. He slightly touched on it himself during his infamous Father's Day speech when he said, "I say this knowing that I have been an imperfect father, knowing that I have made mistakes and will continue to make more, wishing that I could be home for my girls and my wife more than I am right now." Addendum number 2. The internet Ike Turners. She uses this word sort of as like how we use the term Naker. She refers to a certain subset of Black men as Ike Turner. Okay, so she says, the internet Ike Turners, headscarf flutter in salute to Gina McCauley, blog host of What About Our Daughters, for coining that phrase. The Ikeettes are losing their minds about the very idea of African American women adhering to universal standards used to evaluate men. So I see that I am going to have to enforce accountability for this conversation. This means that I won't post any anonymous comments during this conversation. Addendum number 3. These series of posts are about the universal standards used by heterosexual women across the planet to evaluate men as potential husbands and fathers. Fatherlessness also affects girls, but since heterosexual women are not seeking to marry and raise children with other women, the effect of fatherlessness on girls is not relevant in this conversation. Therefore, when interjecting themselves into women's conversations about how fatherless impacts potential spouses for themselves, Concerned internet Ike Turners and Ikeettes need to present their concerns about fatherless women at, at lesbian blogs. It should be elementary to note that lesbians are the only women who would be evaluating fatherless women as potential spouses for themselves. And I wholeheartedly agree with this sentiment because oftentimes what we see is that Black women, when we're talking about the things that we're looking for in men, um, it's more about, his morals, his personality, but also we need to understand the sort of leadership or manhood that this man witnessed growing up, or the lack thereof in the case of a fatherless man. So the idea that men who grow up in homes without fathers are now sitting on the internet making it seem as though these men know what it means to be a father or a husband, even though they've grown up not witnessing either. I find that to be very, very, very entertaining because it's absurd that these men go around saying that, oh, Black women don't deserve husbands and Black women aren't getting married because of something intuitively wrong with Black women, when that's not the case. The common denominator is Black men because they're not marrying anyone across the board. And when they do marry, their marriages are often dysfunctional and they tend to fail. And statistically, that's backed up by stats. So I'm not pulling this out of the air. This Black men have deluded Black women into thinking that if they dangle marriage in front of Black women, that Black women this is something that we should hope, this is something that we should all wish for. This is something that this is the completion of our womanhood, is to acquire a husband, which is nonsense. Specifically when it comes down to Black women, because we are often the breadwinners in our relationships. Being married does not provide the financial stability for Black women that it does provide for other women, because the men in our community are the least likely to be employed. Marriage in the Black community is not a badge of honor. The Brookings Institute literally came out with a study stating that Black women are tied to poverty because of the inability to move outside of their race. Black women are tying themselves to dead weight. We are becoming the most educated, but at the same time, the men in our community do not match that level of education. So we are inevitably, by saying that we're going to, carry the entire Black race on our backs, that is literally setting ourselves up for failure. Because we don't have men that are carrying their weight when it comes to the marriage. I mean, all of you have seen the sort of content that Black men are creating on the internet. They're literally telling other Black men to never get married, when in fact marriage benefits men. Men tend to live longer when they're married. All of the things that we herald as, benefits of being married don't benefit Black women. And if you are a Black woman who wants to become married, you need to take these sorts of things into consideration. How can a man that grew up fatherless, who never had a father, never saw what the characteristics of what a good father or a good husband were, how is he going to be able to be that for you and your future offspring? I don't have the answers, but I'm just asking the questions. Okay, so we're going to go on to the next chapter about vetting men. And this is across the board, because I don't want people to think that I'm telling you that this only applies to Black men. It doesn't. It applies to all men. You need to vet all men. And when I use the word vet loosely, because in actuality, you can never really vet anyone, because people lie, people can change. So you need to pay more attention to an individual's actions over their words, because a person can tell you anything, but actions are really what you need to pay attention to. Okay, let's see. Let's go to another chapter. I think we read this one last time. I'm kind of all over the place. I need to eat something. Okay, this is a really good chapter. It's called Don't Miss Out on and I know I just talked about marriage, and I hope no one took that like as I'm saying that marriage isn't something that you should aspire to, but you need to be realistic about it in our community. Hey, Tanika. Yeah. I mean, because like Tanika said, she said he wouldn't unless he did the work to know what's expected of him as a man and potential dad. But do we really think that the men in our community, that that's one of their goals? I don't think that's their goal. Their goal is to sit online and talk about their sexual desirability and degrade the Black female image. Because if they were really concerned about doing the work to become better men, better fathers, better role models, the Black community and the Black diaspora will look completely different. And I'm not saying that that's what you're saying, Tanika. That's just my reply to your comment. Okay, so we're chapter 18. It says, don't miss out on marriage because you're fighting a cultural war that Black men abandoned over 40 years ago. I've had the occasion to talk to African American women who make public statements declaring they will never date or marry outside their race. I'm always fascinated by some of these unexamined assumptions that seem to underpin these statements. One assumption is the notion that African American men and African American women are involved in the same struggle to uplift the so-called Black community. This is obviously untrue. And this isn't just about African American men, because we can see even in the Caribbean, like Black men aren't uplifting the beauty standard. They're not upholding an African centered beauty standard. And they're also not doing that on the continent, because recently I was reading an article how in Nigeria they just literally, I think, outlawed it, that no models in the country can no longer be non-Black, because a lot of the advertisements are of non-Black women in an African country. Make that make sense. And it's also one of the reasons why Nigeria is the bleaching capital of the world, because the women wouldn't be doing this if this wasn't something that if this wasn't a beauty standard that the men are inflicting upon them. But that's neither here nor there. So we'll go back to the chapter. It says one assumption in the nation is the notion that African American men and African American women are involved in the same shared struggle to uplift the so-called Black community. This is obviously untrue. It is also obvious that Black men abandoned their particular ideology 40 to 45 years ago. I'd say longer than that as it pertains to America. And that was just my own thought. A quick observation of their general behavior confirms this. When Black men get theirs, they are gone from the so-called Black community without a trace, and nobody questions this. Black women are the only ones encouraged and required to keep talking about building the now dead Black community. That still goes on today, because when people talk about, Black people going extinct, it always lays solely at the feet of Black women. The second unexamined assumption is the notion that white people are our primary oppressors and enemies, and therefore we should fight them. Somehow, many African American women fail to notice that this idea never stopped African American men from dating, having sex with, and marrying white women. Any Black woman who believes this needs to rethink this idea. First, the violent Black underclass long ago seized, we're going to destroy African Americans. And I just want to pause for a second, because I just want to clarify. If you haven't read this book, like, she differentiates between Black poor and the Black underclass. And in regards to her like how she defines the Black underclass, like she defines this as like the Black criminal element in the Black community, and she differentiates those between like poor people who live in impoverished Black neighborhoods versus the Black underclass that are making these impoverished neighborhoods unsafe. So I just want to clarify that, because she's not calling, Black. There's a difference. She's not saying that all Black people are part of the underclass, if that makes sense. She says, first, the violent Black underclass long ago seized the "we're going to destroy African American" mantle from racist whites. The vast majority of physical destruction of African Americans is coming from other Blacks. The vast majority of the mental destruction of African Americans by means of anti life hip hop and other artifacts of Black underclass culture is coming for the Blacks. This earlier ideology has most of us ignoring the widespread destruction from other African Americans. This ideology has us characterizing the internal demands that rob, rape, and murder other Blacks as brothers and sisters. Instead of adequately protecting ourselves from these internal monsters, we focus on acting in whatever way we perceive is in opposition to whatever whites are doing, even if what whites are doing is healthy and productive. This defiant stance is the origin of acting Black madness. It's profoundly childish and self destructive. And I do agree with her with this whole idea of acting Black or acting white. Like, that's just further reinforcing stereotypes on Black people. We're not a monolithic people, and all of us are not going to adhere to the general stereotypes put upon us by, outside communities. But that, I just want to clear that up. So anyway, second, we look at what Latinos are doing to us in places like Los Angeles, the shooting down random Blacks, including small children, on the streets and driving Blacks out of certain neighborhoods by violence. We also need to look at what the Latinos are doing to us in Florida, applying rampant employment discrimination against African Americans. If we pay attention, we can clearly see that anti-Black racist Latinos, which include those Black Latinos who hate African Americans, are second only to Black underclass in being mortal enemies to African Americans. We ignore this fact to our peril because of our obsolete white people are our primary oppressors and enemies ideology. If we did a current ranking of who's racking up the most hate-fueled kills of African Americans, we'd have to rank mortal enemies as African American males in the first place, Latino males of all races in second, and white males as a distant third place contestant. Acknowledging any of this would require us to look at the people's actions and to do some critical thinking. Most of us prefer, hey Belladonna, most of us prefer to deal in slogans and assumptions. Assumptions like the notion that other foreign Blacks and people of color are automatically our friends and allies. Ladies, remember that you are alone in letting anything, including ideology, narrow your personal choices. African American men have never narrowed their dating or marriage choices to support ideology. Please consider the following partial list of individuals before you do so. It has to be a partial list because a full one would probably take up an entire book. Also, pay attention to whether any of the Black love champions ever comment about these men. Do they ever start talking about Black love when it looks like you might be expanding your dating options? And then she just names off like a bunch of historical black men. There's Charles Barkley, Harry Belafonte, Billy Blanks, Julian Bond, Tay Diggs, Father Devon, Frederick Douglass, Dr. J, Franz Fanon, which I actually want to read one of his books as well. It's called Black Skin, White Mask. The Black male pathology and the obsession with whiteness runs very deep. And he's a psychiatrist that exposed this like in the 1940s. And then we have Marvin Gaye, Cuba Gooding Jr., Gregory Hines, Rick James, Adam Clayton Powell, Prince. Like she's just naming a bunch of Black men who, at one point in time or another, may have espoused the whole Black love, save the Black race. But these men are all linked to non-Black women. And so I want to talk about this idea of Black love and how a lot of the Black love is mainly directed at Black women. You never really see Black men declaring Black love or saying, oh, we need to save Black love. Black love is a trick used on Black women to stay loyal to the Black community, to stay loyal to your oppressor, to stay loyal to your abuser so that he can always use you to for whatever he needs to use you for legislation, like, because most of the movements that are taking place in America are black woman backed. Like, Black men have had no real movement since the civil rights movement, where they've heavily influenced the movement. Since then, it's basically been all at the hands of Black women. And Black love is another one of these issues, because what we're seeing now is that when Black women are out here expanding their options, Black men are jumping in the comment section, making these weird comments about how all Black women are going to erase the Black race, when Black women don't date out at anywhere near the rate at which Black men do. Black men have literally created more biracial children than white men did in all of slavery in the last 50 years. Make that make sense. But somehow Black women are going to be the cause of the demise of the Black community in America. They need to stop it. They need to stop it. It's really sad. I do agree. Hey, Empress. Hey, Ann. I'll drop the link. I know y'all not gonna come up because, like, Cheyenne ain't here. But I'm gonna drop it anyway, just in case anyone does want to come up. I really wish that, like, I could find this book online so we could have done it like that. So we could have, like, you could have read along, but that's not gonna happen because I tried to find it and I couldn't. And then also, like, I want to talk about how it's been laid at the feet of Black women to carry the entire race, right? And Black men are making these comments saying that, oh, Black women can't date out because then the Black race, our numbers will dwindle, when we've never been anywhere near a majority in this country and probably never will. So there's that. And then also, there are 2 million more Black women than there are Black men in America. So even if every Black man did marry a Black woman, there would still be 2 million unwed Black women. Are these women supposed to wait around for their magical Black man after he gets finished slanging his dusty seed all over the place to come and destroy your life? I think not. I think not. My volume is gone. What happened? Can you guys not hear me? Someone put a 2 in the chat if you can't hear me. Or that might. Can you hear me? Oh, so you can't hear me. Okay. Thank you, Ann. Maybe you should refresh your YouTube, Tanika. Oh, Rua, let me. I hate you, Rua. Don't come here talking about arcades. Y'all are a mess. Where you been, girl? I haven't. But you came to the last chat for like a brief second and then you left. But anyway, this whole idea about Black women needing to save the Black community. It makes no sense, because these same men will then turn around and tell you that you're not allowing them to lead as they require you to save the community. Wouldn't a leader be the individual that's supposed to save the community? That's why I keep that's one of the main focuses of my channel, is I want Black women to stop engaging in these circular conversations with men that are undereducated. Like, I really want us to stop doing that. Stop feeding into their degeneracy that they're doing online. Like, this is stroking their deviant egos. Because although these men say that they despise us and they don't want us, they thrive off our attention. Like, they're literally making videos about Black women as they say they don't date Black women. Then why are we the center of your focus? Make it make sense. Right? That's the baffling part, because then they'll say, oh, Black women won't let us leave. Black women are too masculine, but in the same breath, ask us to save them. I need Black women to hang that cape up. We're no longer Captain Save-A-Ho. That ship has sailed. I want Black women to focus on bettering yourselves and understanding Black male pathology, because it's quite telling that men that are the least educated in the country are able to pull off all of these tricks on the most educated women in the country. So that just shows me that Black women's self-esteem is very low. And I just don't understand it. I want Black women to understand that you're worthy. Like, you deserve having a good relationship. You deserve having your emotional and physical and financial needs met by the man that you're in a relationship with, because there's only two ways in a patriarchal system. I believe, this is my opinion, but I believe there's only two ways for a man within a patriarchal society to prove to you that he loves you, and that is to provide, and that is to protect. If he's not doing those things, and by providing, I mean financial stability, and by protecting, I mean making a safe space so that you can enjoy the benefits of his manhood, because that's what they're here for. Like, all other women understand this, but Black women have been force fed the idea that we need to be ride or die. We need to hold a man down. We need to work with a man. No one else is teaching their women these things. No other community is like, it's okay to date broke men. It's okay to date uneducated men. It's not okay, especially not in a society where education and wealth are the major factors in your livelihood. Like, it's not okay. It is natural for women to want materialistic items. It is natural for a woman to want nice things and to want to be with a man who can provide whatever she defines as nice, because every woman's standard of living is different. And this idea that Black men like to get on the internet and say, oh, Black women are gold diggers, Black women are this. You don't have any gold to dig, sir. None. Barely got 2 wooden nickels. You're the least employed. Most likely to be unemployed for the last 20 years. And you're calling women gold diggers when in fact we are the breadwinners. If anyone's the gold digger, it's you. Because Black women have allowed Black men to get too comfortable in their mediocrity. You've allowed them to get so comfortable that they think that having a job and a car and housing is something to bring to the table, when that is just regular adult activities. Like, I don't understand this, because they get online and they say things like, oh, a good man is employed, a good man has a house, a good man has a car, and a rapist and a serial killer can have all of those same things. They never can describe what a good man really is, because they themselves aren't good men. And the community proves it. Like, it's unsafe for women and children. There are no real Black enclaves of wealth. And look at a country or a nation such as Africa that has all these minerals that basically you can only find the minerals to make cell phones in Africa. But Africans don't dominate those economies. They don't dominate those industries. They're owned by non-Blacks in a Black country. This is Black male leadership. And It's time that we as Black women really, really take a look at the way our communities are looking. There is no way that we as a collective can continue on the trajectory that we're on and think that the Black community is going to thrive, because it's not. Not just bottoms power. You guys are crazy. It's just, let me read what Empress Kia said. It's just mind blowing that they say that they should date women out of their race. At the same time, I don't even want to make. It's mind blowing they say this, but yeah, it is. Because it's like, how are you laid up with a white woman but saying Black love and we need to preserve Black genes in the Black race? It makes no sense. But when you really pay attention to their conversations, they're all nonsensical. Like the other day, I was like, I wanted to see if I could find any Black male content creators that were making content that like educated and I mean, there are a few, but there's not enough. The general content that Black men are making on the internet is all about dating, submission, they flexing, and all of these other nonsensical things that they're doing that don't better the image of Black men. And then they love to get online and say things like, oh, the Black male image. Nobody's destroying their image but themselves. Like, you're on camera committing these crimes. You're on the internet saying weird things. Like, you're making videos saying you don't like Black women, and you yourself are Black. Your mother is Black. And then you have the nerve to say that it's not self-hatred. Like, the only person that's deluded here is them. Everyone else sees this for what it really is. And there are a few I'm not going to say a few because there are several Black women who are also deluded, but I feel as though there's a general awakening amongst us. It's taking some others longer than it's taking others. But I do think that we're slowly but surely getting there. I do not believe that all of us are going to wake up, but I feel like enough of us are going to wake up that the change is going to be evident. And I'm seeing it, especially with Gen Z. Like, because in all actual, I don't feel like a lot of Black women were making content to counter the narrative of Black men up until like recent. I mean, maybe they were, but I hadn't paid attention to it until for like maybe the last 3 years. I don't know if any of you have been, watching this sort of content longer. So I'd like to know, because I really don't see a lot of Black women. I hadn't seen prior to like 3 years ago a lot of Black women countering this narrative. Like, it just seems like this anti-Black womanness was going on unchecked for a very, very long time. And I feel like the younger generation of Black women just were like, we're not going to tolerate it. And finally, like, we're all speaking out about it. But I believe that, Empress, I believe that, I think that pertains to not just Black women. I believe that's women in general. Women in general want to think that marriage will change a man and he will become, this awesome role model and father figure. But I think it is even more perplexing that so many Black women adhere to this idea as well, because marriage in our community doesn't really change anything for Black women. It really doesn't. You just basically get a roommate who may be paying half of the bills or all of them, but more than often than not, y'all going 50-50, because Black women tend to make more than their partner. What else? There's another. She also goes on in this book to talk about Black activism. And as a former like pro-black activist, like this chapter in the book really resonated with me, because oftentimes when I used to go to a lot of these marches and was involved in a lot of these movements, like the absence of black men was very apparent. Like they weren't there in the numbers that black women were there. I mean, I've been to marches where there are more non-black men than black men. And for them to then turn around and say that black women have never done anything to support black men is the biggest fallacy ever. Because I mean, to be completely honest, none of their movements would have gotten off the ground historically without black women doing the organizing, doing the secretarial work, and all of what all that entails. So that's just, I really believe that that's just black men who are so deep in their anti-black woman, narrative, that they're basically skipping over history, or maybe they're just not as educated in historical, events as they like to believe that they are. Because what I've noticed is that a lot of black men seem to regurgitate the same things, and no one has fact checked any of the information. And it's like you literally have a computer in your pocket. A quick Google and will tell you that what you're saying is not factual. But I mean, what do you expect from a group of men that what they say less than 10% of black men read at an 8th grade level? And I know for some people, because for some people, this may be a lot to take in, that I am very forward with how I feel about black men. And I don't want you, because this isn't how I feel. These are the facts. Actually, I'm just giving you the statistical data. This has nothing to do with how I feel or may not feel about black men. So I don't want anyone to take it that way. Like, I'm just giving you the information because it is what it is. There's no feelings involved. Facts are facts. So, okay, what else? There's like so much in this book, and y'all know I be all over the place. I think we read this about black women should leave the helping professions. And I also because I want to speak on this. She talks about an incident, and for some reason I want to say this happened in Chicago. Well, it was a black family that was historically they were from a historical family of activists, and eventually, I guess there was some gang activity in front of their home, and they had worked with the police, and the gangs ended up firebombing their house, and the husband and the wife, and I think all 4 of their children were unalived. And to this day, that crime has never been solved. Because, the motto in the black community is snitches get stitches. Unless you see a white police officer doing something to a black man, and then, yeah, okay, now it's okay to snitch. But when it's them causing harm to other black people in the community, you need to keep quiet about that, because Black Lives Matter. But only when it's a black male and it's a white person involved, apparently. It's like I hate how in this Black Lives Matter, which could have been a monumental movement, has now attached itself to black criminality. And I think that's why oftentimes movements in America, I can't speak for, black activism in any other country, but I think that's why black-centered activism in America is not taken seriously. Because black Americans, from the outside looking in, one would think that criminality is applauded when when it really shouldn't be. Because let's be honest, I don't believe that George Floyd deserved to die, but I do not believe that he should have been a martyr. Like, no, that man had a criminal history. He was high on drugs. He was in the commission of a crime. And I'm not saying he deserved to die. That is not what I'm saying. So don't take this out of context. But he should not have been the face of the Black Lives Matter movement. That is literally why no one took that movement seriously, because they kept attaching themselves to a criminal element within our community. And then people were rallying behind that criminal element when there are literally Black men and women who are sitting in jail right now for crimes they did not commit, and DNA evidence has literally gotten them off, but they're still sitting in jail. But Black Lives Matter isn't rallying behind those Black lives, nor does it rally behind the Black lives of innocent children that are gunned down due to gun violence in our community, which is often at the hands of who? Black men. But I don't really think that we're ready to have those sorts of conversations yet. Maybe one day we'll get there. Who knows? Because in Chicago, like if you, and I'm using, I don't want anyone, because I know people tend to laser focus on Chicago, and I'm just using this because this just happened recently. But a 9-month-old baby, while sitting in a car seat at a stoplight with her mother and father, which the gun went through the trunk and hit the baby in the head. No one has come forward. Where's Black Lives Matter? Why is the community not enraged? Why are there not protests? Why are we not focusing on this? Why is this 9-month-old baby not valued? Those are questions that we need to be asking. Because it almost seems as though these things are no issue. Like it's just another day in a Black community. Like it's terrifying knowing that little Black kids can't even play in the front yards at their grandmother's house. Like there are literally videos of Black men just opening up fire, and there's children on bikes. But you want me to believe in Black love and that Black Lives Matter. That's the fallacy that you're trying to sell Black women as you destroy the Black community. You want us to stay stuck in a war zone so that you can have more victims. That's really what they're pushing here when they're pushing Black love. Because Black men aren't upholding Black love. They're not upholding Black families. So you think that the unarmed killing of children isn't a civil rights violation? It is a civil rights violation. So I don't understand why you're saying that Black Lives Matter is an organization specifically for police brutality and civil rights organizations. A child should be able to be in their neighborhood without the risk of being gunned down. And I'm not even going to get on the NAACP because that has nothing to do with Black people. That's the National Advancement of Color People. That's of all people. That's not a Black organization. Like, so I don't know what you mean by that. Because I mean, if you're going to make the grand statement that Black Lives Matter, it should not be situational. A Black life should matter regardless of the situation. And I mean, in all actuality, what are they doing to counter police brutality? They've done no lobbying. They've worked with no senators or congressmen in regards to legislational change. Do I go to breast cancer marches and yell, what about HIV? But you aren't getting when you make a statement such as Black Lives Matter, it cannot be situational. If you're saying that gun violence towards Black lives matter, it should not matter who has the gun. It really shouldn't matter. If you're going to rally behind the idea that Black lives matter, it should matter. The situation should matter. And especially if we're talking about police brutality and gun violence, because often Black children are dying due to gun violence. So we can agree to disagree. Because like the end goal is to try, like, Black Lives Matter does not care about the lives of Black people. It really doesn't. And if you, I mean, we can agree to disagree, but I don't believe that it cares about Black lives at all. It may have started off that way, but I do not think that that's what it is now. I'm not blaming Black Lives Matter for gun violence. I never said that. But if you're going to, because you listen, okay, let's start from the beginning here. You're saying that you're talking about police brutality, because we're going to get off subject now. You're talking about police brutality and civil rights violations, right? That's one thing, but that's not we're going to Google what their motto is, Black Lives Matter motto, because I want to bring this up because this is absurd. Okay. Let's see, national headlines. Okay, here it is. Let's see. It's a lot to read. I'm trying to scan through it. So just give me a second. Oh, that's true. People were more likely to be killed in the police. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, here it is. It says Black Lives Matter protesters are themselves sometimes, wait, hold on. They're protesters. Black Lives protesters are, okay, they're against excessive policing. And what else? We're just going to go on. It says they were deliberately, no, that's wrong. Hold on, here we go. I'm sorry, y'all. It's a lot on this page. Okay. Black Lives Matter is a decentralized political and social movement, seeks to highlight racism, discrimination, and racial inequality experienced by Black people, right? It says it's a decentralized political and social movement that seeks to highlight racism, discrimination, Racial inequality experienced by Black people. That's the at what Black Lives Matter was basically meant to do, right? And you're saying that Black Lives Matter shouldn't advocate for lives if they're not killed by police. Like, I want to make sure that's what you're hinting at, because I don't want to put words in your mouth. So if you could like clarify that for me. Like, is she still in the chat? Because like I would really like to know. Because like I'm completely confused, because it's a political and social movement that seeks to highlight racism and discrimination and racial equity experienced by Black people. You don't think that advocating against the unaliving of other Black people by Black people should be a part of a political and social movement that says Black Lives Matter? I'm confused. That's why I'm asking you to clarify, because I just said I don't want to put words in your mouth. Because it's not just about, Black Lives Matter isn't just like an anti-police organization. It's much more complex than that. But that's neither here nor there. I don't want you to get like offended, because like I said, I didn't know if that's what if I took what you were saying out of context or what, because like I was kind of confused. But okay, you said you never said that, but okay. Like I didn't want to, like you said, we can agree to disagree, because I just don't agree with. I believe that if Black Lives Matter, it shouldn't just matter. It shouldn't be situational, especially if you're saying you're a political and social movement group. But that's just my opinion. Okay, we'll get back to the book now. And I want to jump right into this. Black women need new dreams and a Black women's movement. Okay, there's a prayer. I'm not going to read that. It says the current art directed at African American women is grounded in masochism. Most art directed at African American women is grounded in masochism. Let's reflect on this for a moment. Let's consider the sort of environment, the sort of entertainment products that African American women and girls have normalized. We seek and consume entertainment products that showcase women and girls like ourselves being emotionally abused, beaten, molested, and raped. How does this sort of material become a steady source of entertainment for us? The current art portrays trauma and depravity as normal parts of Black women's lives. We don't understand that repeatedly showing trauma and depravity serves to normalize such things, even when it's done under the guise of showing somebody supposedly overcoming the depravity. This is what's wrong with reality television. These things were better before people started openly broadcasting all the sick and depraved things they did or want done to them. Some things do belong underground, in the closet, or on the fringes and not spoken of in polite company. She says, whites restrict and keep on the fringes such bizarre reflections of themselves. Depictions of whites engaged in depravity is the stuff of Lifetime channel movies and very special after-school specials. They do not create and consume a constant stream of such images of themselves. I disagree with this, but I do agree to some extent. Like, even the dysfunction that they do engage in, it's not a sign to them as a people. Whereas, like, the things that other non-white people do on like reality TV shows, that's ascribed to us at like, they say that those are cultural aspects of who we are. And that's one of the reasons why I don't watch reality TV. Like, I don't watch any of those Real Housewives. I don't watch any of those sorts of television shows because I don't like the depictions of Black women. And I don't like to normalize that because I'm not that type of Black woman, and I don't really know Black women who engage in that sort of behavior. So I don't consume that sort of entertainment. And then she goes on to say, the norm is not to depict a white family as emotionally, physically, or sexually abusing their children. The norm is not to depict a white teenage girl as pregnant, emotionally abused, beaten, raped, or molested. White artists mostly portray their collective as composed of decent, wholesome, and healthy people. I don't have a problem with dystopian works. I love Octavia Butler's Parable of the Sower and Parable of the Talents books. It's not the presence of problems that I take exception to. It's who and what are consistently defined as the problem. Most dystopian literature and screenplays define the problem as emanating from society itself. There can be flawed and even evil characters, but most of the problem stems from some extreme flaw within the society that is the story setting. Something has gone horribly wrong with society in which the characters typically live. Typically, the problem is the existence of conditions such as police states, catastrophic global warming, prolonged economic crashes, fundamentalism, and science gone astray. Meanwhile, the current traumatic, demeaning art directed at African American positions them as being the problem and the source of most, if not all, evil. We're almost never shown to be normal, healthy people. Instead, there is a constant stream of entertainment products that portray African Americans as problems to be dealt with. Other people are much more careful with their image. Other people are more aware of how their images serve to position them in the global village. For example, note how Jewish people present and portray their Holocaust. Note the difference between this and the way African Americans play with and allow others to play with the portrayal of slavery in this country. Also note, even if the white character dies at the end of the story, white artists still have the story end on a high note. For example, think of the last image of the movie Thelma and Louise. The audience does not get to see them broken and dead. Instead, the audience's last glimpse of these characters is of them choosing their own fate. We need to understand that what looks like compassion isn't necessarily so. Sometimes what looks like compassion is a clever way of stigmatizing us. These stigmatizing images of ourselves that we've bought into hinder our collective ability to escape into healthier environments. Okay. And then what else? I also wanted to get into this other chapter, this subchapter called Modern American Artists Are Destroying Our Cultural Heritage, because we talked about this last week, because I think Sharice brought up how I can't remember exactly how she worded it, so I don't really want to, because I don't want to put words in her mouth. But basically, I can't remember if she was saying that she agreed that Black culture is degenerate. I can't remember if she once agreed with that, because I disagree with Black American culture being inherently degenerate. I think there are qualities and stereotypes that have been attached to Black culture, and Black people have played into those stereotypes, but I do not think at the core that is what Black American culture is. And we're just going to go into this chapter. The entertainment industry's drive to promote poisonous ideas to Blacks is why I refuse to give Sister Soldier a pass about the damage her work has done to African American literature. Okay, I remember what this was about. Now, I'm not one of these people that believes like rap music and music videos are the sole reason why the Black community is in a sort of disarray. Because you can create content, but that does not mean that you have to take what's being done in that content. Like, you don't have to enact that in the real world. So I do not adhere to the idea that adults are being influenced by rap music. Like, if you're going to go out there and commit a crime, you're going to go out there and commit a crime regardless of what you heard in a rap song. It may be different for children, um, because I do believe that children are impressionable, and peer pressure, I believe, plays a bigger role in children's lives than like the parental influence, especially once you hit a certain age. So I'm kind of like, I sort of agree depending on the situation, but this idea that rap music and rap culture has like started the demise of black culture, I don't think so. I don't, because these people had these ideas and these feelings about blackness probably prior to them even making, the songs and the music that they were making. And an individual that espouses these sorts of ideas is going to carry out those beliefs regardless of whether or not they're making music or not, if you get what I'm saying. So because of her pioneering work in the genre, degrading street literature garbage has almost totally replaced legitimate African American fiction on bookstore shelves. This is similar to the stagnation of African American music after the arrival of hip hop poison. And see, that's the thing. Like, I don't know what generation um, this woman's from, because like you can't really find a lot like about, I mean, outside of her blog and this book, like I couldn't really find anything on her actual background. And so I don't know how old she actually, I mean, she says she was, I think she, in the earlier parts of the book, she might have been in high school in the 90s. So she's probably old enough to be like my mother, or maybe, I'm not quite sure. But anyway, if you look at music, like there was some degrading music like being made in the 1920s and the 1910s. Like it's really nothing new, but you can tell, especially when a lot of black people try to use this idea that hip hop culture is the worst sort of music that's being made in America. Like you never heard some of these old ragtime songs because they were very vulgar. But that's neither here nor there. Um, where were we? At the beginning of hip hop, most African Americans had the common sense to realize that what rappers were doing was inferior. So we made excuses for their lack of talent. They're too poor to take lessons. They're too poor to buy instruments. They don't have to express their creativity in other ways. And once again, like there are bits and pieces in this book that I don't necessarily agree with, but I'm just reading the chapter. As time went on, no talent hip hop products, screaming and cursing over recycled beats from other people's compositions became normalized as music to us. Then African Americans began defending and justifying hip hop trash as if it were synonymous with blackness. I watched over the years as African Americans who knew better, myself included at one point, were intimidated into silence about the inferiority of rap and hip hop. I was a teenager at the start of rap garbage. Many black teenagers at that time hated rap. I remember my boyfriend and his male friends grumbling, "This stuff they're chanting about is messed up, and people are shaking their rumps to this." My female friends and I were also grumbling. Unfortunately, we allowed ourselves to be silenced by accusations that we were being bougie, which of course is a bad thing. Having the life circumstances that our grandparents prayed we would have is a bad thing. She's being facetious there. When we expressed our dislike of rap and hip hop, it says, then it became almost forbidden to point out the lack of talent or skill involved in creating hip hop and rap. It was also forbidden to point out how demeaning, degrading, and increasingly destructive hip hop and rap products were becoming. Hip hop's many defenders screamed that African Americans should not mobilize to stop the spread of various destructive hip hop products. These same defenders scream that we would support positive hip hop artists instead of refusing to support destructive artists. Most African Americans bought into these sorts of arguments. We can all see the results of this following strategy. It failed miserably. Our people are so much more worse off because blacks follow the instead of stopping degrading entertainer X, we should do Y strategy. The degrading images and music that some of us want removed are now 1,000 times worse than before and even more widespread. I do agree with this. I do think that music has gotten a lot more raunchier. It's a lot more over sexualized, and And then when it comes to drill music, like they're literally talking about murders. So like some of it I do agree with. I do agree that modern hip hop does have a destructive element, like the things that they're glorifying are destructive, they are dysfunctional. Um, but I do not think that this is the reason that violence is high in the Black community. I don't believe that people are listening to music then going out and committing crimes. I believe that these people were already like they already had this criminal element within them. So I don't think that music is causing adults to go out and commit crimes. Like I don't believe that. Like I think that's nonsensical. Um, I wanted to get into this, the art of Black owned business, but I want to read that first because like I haven't read this book in a while. I wanted to really get into this, the vetting men, because I know like a lot of that's like, a major talking point on YouTube. Oh no, hold on. Okay, this is another part I want to talk about. It's the table talk for activists, part 3. Don't delegitimize your struggle by making white people are doing it too arguments. And I hear this a lot, specifically from like when we're talking about things like Black femicide, when we're talking about things like molestation and gun violence and crime. What we're seeing specifically from a lot of Black men is like they love to bring up the old white men do it too, as if that makes it better. Which it doesn't. Like you would think that you would want to hold yourself to your own set of standards within your community and not be judging yourself by a set of standards of another community. But Black men love their proximity to whiteness. So what do you expect? Okay, whenever the topic of wrongs committed by Blacks comes up, there are always plenty of Black folks who link and measure our evil deeds with those of whites. I believe that this traditional knee-jerk response is a serious error. As much as we like to scream about how we're being victimized, many of us feel perfectly comfortable victimizing others. The white people are doing it too, or white people do it worse, or white people are doing it more. Arguments are totally irrelevant when considering the evil of some of our people's actions. Furthermore, these arguments are ethically repugnant, and even worse, a dangerous strategic liability for African Americans' long-term interests. Ever since the Princeton Theological Seminary post, white racist trolls from PTS have been stalking several Black activist blogs. This blog is one of them. It pleases me to know that these racists are still smarting from this blogs and other blogs call for justice regarding the hate crime on PTS. I don't know who PTS is. I had a brief exchange with one of these racist PTS trolls in the comment section on the negative national security impact of damage beyond repair Black men posts. I guess this is a post from her blog. This particular racist said, in all fairness to Black guys, white guys are the original damaged beyond repair. We just didn't go grape some people. We colonized a bunch of people, wiped out some civilizations, started a couple of wars. Black men have a long way to go to match. And really, do Muslims hate more than, I don't know, this is weird. Black men have a long way to go to match that. And really, do Muslims hate more than evil white American guys? And then she said, this is her response, I guess, on her blog. I responded, anonymous, you could be a DBRBM pretending to be a white man. I mean, they do that. We see that today with them pretending to be white men on the internet and even white women. Now your anonymous note doesn't have quite the right tone for that. One of your primary issues could be that you're an anti-Muslim bigot of any ethnicity. No, that doesn't sound right either. Or could be one of the Princeton Theological Seminary racists who are still smarting from this blog and other blogs call for justice. Ding, 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 ding. Bye, George. That's it. Funny how you're all still stalking black activist blogs. Whatever, yawn. It doesn't really matter. And then something about Ayatollah Matahari gave a concise summary of the Islamic position in his book Social and Historical Change, an Islamic Perspective. Since Islam is oriented towards justice, those who benefit from the orientation are those people who are oppressed. Those who lose are those people who are the oppressors. Muslims have a problem with whoever it is that's doing something wrong. Remember that, Anonymous, with that just in mind. As the exchange continued, the racist troll was eager to try to elicit a white people have done it worse response from me. You may wonder why a white racist would want to hear a black person argue with that argument. Answer: because these sorts of arguments almost always serve his racist interests in many different ways. Making white people are doing it too type of arguments serve to delegitimize your struggle. White racists like to hear that sort of reasoning and arguments from black folks. The racists like it because these types of arguments serve to delegitimize our struggles for justice. These white folks are doing it too arguments let everyone know the speaker is not interested in justice. It lets everyone know that the speaker is not taking a stand based on principle, but instead based on ethnic favoritism of some sort. Engaging in these sorts of arguments plays into white racist public relations strategy of characterizing our struggles as corrupt hustles and shakedowns. When you make these sorts of arguments, you are helping to convince neutral, non-black bystanders that your cause is unworthy of their support. Here's why. Unless you have worked to establish an ACLU-type reputation for advocating for the U.S. Constitution across the board, it looks as if you simply want any and all black criminals to go unpunished when you make these sorts of statements. It looks like you are callously disregarding the pain that black predators have inflicted on other people. It looks like you have no ethical center to your arguments. It looks like you have no concern for public safety. Finally, it looks like you have no common sense. Non-blacks have no inherent interest in having black predators go unpunished. These audience members who remember some of the other comments from the white racist PTS trolls will recall that these racists assume that we would not want a black hate crime perpetrator punished. They assumed that our calls for justice were calls for ethnic favoritism. Over the years, you've heard some of the racist pet phrases, special treatment or special interest. You feed into these characterizations by making white people are doing it too arguments. Please know that it seriously throws white racists off their game when you demand justice across the board. White racists have nothing to lose by admitting their people's past crimes. First, you should realize that the entire topic is a joke to a racist troll. He knows that his collective will not be held accountable for the history of genocide and slavery. So you can make all these historical admissions he wants without undermining his people's interests. The additional joke for him is that his dishonestly pretending to shed crocodile tears for long dead victims of color while ignoring and brushing off the suffering of still living victims of color. Your struggle has a lot to lose by making these arguments. When you join the racist troll and others in making such arguments, we are undermining our people's interests. We are furthering the racist characterization of our struggles as ethnic favoritism-based hustles. We are also driving away potential non-black allies. I mean, I don't believe there's a such thing as a non-black ally, but I didn't write this book, so my opinion doesn't matter. You see, the only thing that non-blacks usually hear from us are demands that black criminals escape punishment. And that's what I was saying as I mentioned the whole Black Lives Matter movement earlier. That was why I brought that up. There we go. As well as a steady stream of excuses and denials of the evil done by some blacks. They almost never hear any of us calling for any black predators to be punished. Second, keep in mind that racists do not wish you and other black people well. They do not want to see the African American elective cleanse itself of the crime and evil within. Racists are comfortable when black folks excuse and enable evils that these same races would never tolerate running rampant within their collective. White people are doing it too arguments serve to excuse and enable evil. These sorts of arguments also undermine our long-term interests. It is long past time to stop using them. And I agree, because we've all probably been somewhere on the internet and someone will bring up, oh, well, white people do it too, as if that is an excuse for the crime. And then it also seems like you're measuring your morality against a white moral compass. Like, well, if white people are doing it, it must not be bad. Like, it's very strange that we as a people are measuring our moral compass against white people, against the very people that enslaved our ancestors, that colonized our ancestors. We're measuring our moral compass against theirs. It makes no sense. It makes no sense. Like, I've always thought that that was a weird comment to say. But that's just me. Oh, you going back to work? I don't either. It's buffoonery. I hate to watch. It's not even, it really is, because it's like, oh, well, white people do A, B, and C, so it should be okay that I, as a black person, do A, B, and C. That's not how morals work. Like, the standard and the morals and beliefs that you have as a person shouldn't be they shouldn't bend and move based on what others are doing in outside communities. There should be a set of standards and guidelines that we as black people adhere to, because they're, in the end, it will help us all become better people. That, like, I don't, if we're just out here saying white people do it too, I mean, then that means we as black people should be okay with slavery on the continent, because white people did that too. Like, I've always hated that argument. And oftentimes, like, when you get into these sorts of back and forths with people, like, they can never go any further than white people do it too. But then at the same time, they're saying, oh, white people are our oppressors. So then why are you trying to mirror their behaviors? It makes no sense. Okay, there's another chapter I want to speak on. Okay. Like, I really, you know what? I'm gonna do a giveaway. I'm gonna buy this. I'll buy. Let me see. I'll buy 5 copies of the book, and I'll do a giveaway on my channel, and then I'll mail it out to whoever wants a copy. Like, I guess I'll post it tomorrow, and if you like and comment on the post, I'll just do like a random thing like I did last time. I just scrolled, and wherever the page stopped is who'll get the book. So I'll put that in the community. I'll do that tomorrow. Okay. Because the book is only like, how many pages is it? Because I'm just hopping from chapter to chapter. Is it less than 200 pages? No, it's literally 209 pages. Like, it's a quick read. Did I read this last time? If anyone was in here last week, did I go over like black activism, like the movements, and how they're literally just about pretty much it's just like black male centered. I don't know if I went over that last time. Oh, Queen, let me drop the link, because I know you. Like, there we go. Oh, I should say most white people don't. That's funny. There was another. I can't like. I should have marked this, but I didn't because now I'm forgetting like which. Oh, that would have clarified it. I should have read that the open letter from to Princeton. I'm sorry. Okay, here it is. I want to read this one because my channel is about Black women and building bonds and supporting each other. And this chapter 23, it's called True Fellowship: Breaking Bread. The barriers to true fellowship among Black women. We know what's wrong. We've talked about the barriers to true fellowship during an earlier conversation. Busy with their lives. We've discussed how many Black women are busy with their lives. We described how this often translates into many Black women depending on their husband or boyfriend for all of their emotional needs. The problem with such an arrangement becomes obvious when there is a divorce or separation. There are often These are often the same women who only have time for friends when they are between relationships with men. Will you commit to becoming slightly less busy with your life? Will you commit to making time to pursue your true fellowship with other Black women? So basically, like when I was talking last week, a sojourner actually is a Black woman who basically moves to the beat of her own drum, like whatever that looks like. But she's also clearing a path for other Black women to, you know, come into that journey as well. And it's not the Sojourner's Passport is pretty much what you make it, but she's laying the groundwork for avoiding some of the obstacles that come with being Black and being a woman in America. So that's just to sum it up. It says modern gadgets provide pseudo contact. We discussed how gadgets like telephone, email, instant messaging only give the illusion of keeping us in touch with people. We noted how these gadgets make it easy to lose contact with friends for years without even realizing. We recognize that deep relationships are based on shared experiences. If we're not physically spending time with one another, then we're not building shared experiences. Will you commit to turning away from your gadgets as much as possible? Will you commit to seeking out in person contact with your sister friends? Sometimes personal contact is not possible, and the best substitute is a phone call. On these occasions, will you commit to following up that phone call with a handwritten note sent by snail mail? This is mad outdated. That part, anyway. But I mean, I guess there is something sort of like intimate about sending a letter to someone. I guess it's kind of, yeah, a personal touch. The prevalence of selfishness. We've talked about how prevalent selfish, self absorbed behaviors are among Black women. We note how too few Black women are willing to compromise to spend time with a friend. As an example, we consider the question of how many of us are willing to go see a movie that we're not thrilled about that our friend wants to see. We noted that very few Black women are willing to inconvenience themselves in any way to spend time with a friend. Very few Black women are willing to interact with other women in any way that is not to their total liking and their complete convenience. We noted how most Black women will only go the extra mile for men. Craziest of all, we noted that how even lonely Black women engage in these same selfish and self absorbed behaviors. We recognize that besides Black women, we don't reciprocate fellowship. There are other Black women who genuinely cannot reciprocate fellowship. These are usually the pack mules among us who don't want to work on solving their problems. They're the Black women who are only looking for a way to function while leaving the problems firmly in place and deeply entrenched. And they're the Black women who want to use fellowship to help them shoulder burdens that they have no business carrying. Will you commit to sifting through and stepping around large numbers of user type Black women to find the few gems that are among us? Will you commit to sidestepping Black women who cannot reciprocate your fellowship? I kind of agree and disagree. I'm like, I do believe in finding a group of friends. And I also do feel like when she stated that, a lot of Black women are focused on men. And I think that's because we grow up in a community where having a man and being in proximity to a man is highly regarded in our community, because we all know, like, some of the first, the shade, oh, she don't even have a man, or where's her man at, and things of that nature. So I do understand that. And I can say, like, I actually kind of fit into this not having like a fellowship, like, because I'm very much to myself. Like, my mother will tell you, like, I'm very much to myself. And sometimes I find some people find my personality to be a bit too forward, because I'm the type of person, like, if I'm your friend, I'm never going to lie to you. Like, I don't believe in sugarcoating things between friends. Like, I feel as though if I've allowed you in my space and in my personal life, like, there should be a level of truthfulness that exists between us. And some people like it, some people don't. But I feel that people who've known me for like a long period of time know that this is just who I am, and that I always have my female friends' best interests at heart. But I'm never going to sugarcoat anything for you, because I just don't. I don't believe it. And my mother has even had this talk with me about this, that maybe I'm a bit too blunt. Maybe I'm a bit too forward. And I think that's just because I want the best for the Black women that I allow in my life. Like, and I want the best for all of you in this chat. And so I feel like I need to be truthful with you. I'm not going to sugarcoat it, but I'm also not here to make decisions for you. So I hope, like, I want to clarify that, because after our discussion last week, I had someone. I don't think it was anyone in the chat, but someone sent me an email, and they were literally like, they were saying that I was espousing self-hatred, and I don't think that that's what I do on this channel. Like, I'm literally just stating the facts. like I don't I don't believe I come across as a Black person that hates myself or my Blackness, because that's not the case. But apparently that's what people think that I'm like. I've had people literally say that I'm making white supremacist content. It's very strange. It's very strange. But I also have come to the conclusion that people will try to, what's the word I'm looking for? People will try to come in and pretty much like degrade the things that you're saying and twist them to fit their own narrative. And so, like, I've come to that realization that I may not be for everyone on the internet, but I don't want anyone at any point in time to think that, and I don't think that I do this. Like, I just think that person was weird, that this is like I'm pushing white supremacy in any way, shape, or form. Like, it's really, really strange. Like, it really, and Queen, like, it really bothered me, because I was like, I actually, like, I went back, and because, like, typically after these lives, like, I never listen to them again. Like, I private them, because I believe that in order to actually create a safe space, like, I have to control the environment. And if I upload them, then it's not really a safe space. Like, I want Black women who come to my channel to feel safe, sharing their experiences. And so that's why I don't leave these up. So either you get them while it's hot, or you don't get it at all. And a few of my subscribers who did reach out to me, like, I think if you weren't here when I mentioned it earlier, I do have a private link. So if you wanted to listen to any of the previous streams, I can send you a link. I think that is what they want. I done told you. I think they do want me to give them a pass, and like I can't give a pass to degeneracy just because you and I look the same. Like there are children's lives that are being ruined in the Black community. Like they're losing their mothers at astronomical rates. One of us is being like someone, I think I said it was 5 hours. Someone told me, I haven't verified this, so I don't know if this is legitimate, but someone was like, it was like 4.8 hours now, which is, it's scary. It's really, really scary. And I'm constantly seeing videos of young Black women saying that they're afraid to date. They're getting messages from Black men that are saying outlandish things. But then they want us to get on the internet and scream Black love while Black women sit online and feel unsafe. I would be a fool to do so. Hey, Majestic. Yeah, I heard it was 4.8 now. I think by the end of the year, I think it's going to be like, it's going to get close to 3. Like we're stepping into South African territory because they have some of the highest Black femicide rates on the globe. Like I believe a Black woman is unalived every 3 hours there, and essayed every like 26 seconds. Like it's something astronomical. Because I actually want to cover an South African activist and writer. Like, because I want to bring, I know I'm getting off on a tangent. Sorry, you guys. But I just read what Queen Cass said. The math ain't math and the calculus ain't calculating. But let me look up. Let's look up because I don't want to quote this wrong. Well, the top 3 highest countries for grape are all African. Let's look at, because I could have sworn it was like every 3 hours a Black woman is unalived in South Africa. Because it was something outrageous. Like it was like 26,000. Oh, here it is. Let me see. Yeah, it says very violent. South Africa sees nearly 10,000 rapes and 6,100 murders in 3 months. 6,100 Black women in 3 months. That's alarming. It's alarming. And also, like I was reading an article where Black women in South Africa are going out, and for the first time, they're buying guns and training with weapons to protect themselves. Like we're seeing an uptick in Black female gun ownership all over the globe. It's a very sad state of affairs that we as Black women are in. And I can't speak to Africa, or I can only speak to America. But for a long time in this country, Black women have ignored their own dire situation in order to uplift and protect Black men and their image, while they literally degrade our image. Because I mean, we can go back in time to some of these depictions of Black women, and these depictions only further to reinforce the stereotype that Black women don't need to be protected, that Black women aren't feminine, and all of these things. So they're perpetuating these stereotypes And they're also radicalizing young Black men online to cause harm to Black women. But Black women keep getting on here talking about my brothers, my fathers, my uncles, as if your brothers, your fathers, and your uncles aren't out here unaliving you. Like, we are literally we've been in a domestic violence situation for centuries in this country. And it is time that we do something to protect ourselves, because the people that were supposed to protect us aren't doing it. They're not even protecting themselves. It really is disgusting, Queen. Because think about it. As Black men unalive us, Black women come out in droves, to stand up against the police force. They're out here with tanks. They're out here with rubber bullets. And we're out here putting our life, like not only our bodies, but our livelihood and our freedom on the line for men who say you have no value. But then these same men show up to protest and tell you to get in the front of the line to protect them. Don't cross this line. Let Black women eat those rubber bullets. That's literally what that photo said to me. Hey, Queen.
Hey sis, can you hear me?
How are you?
Me alive, I continue to survive. A little tired me there, but me I sit here with my brookie and my ice cream and listening now. I've missed the beginning. I completely, you know me. Sometimes I'll go off on a tandem on a stream, and you
Mhm.
know how glitches in the matrix and I'm not always getting notifications on time. But sis, do me a favor, please, when you've got time. When you do have a live stream, if anything, if you're in the Discord, just put it on the announcement so we all know. Because you know, with everything that's going on with YouTube, it'll help us get to the streams, innit?
Yeah, like, because I've noticed, I don't know, because I don't know what's going on, because for my other channel, you know me under my other name. Like,
Mm-mm.
I don't get notifications from my own channel.
YouTube
Like,
YouTube unsubscribe. I subscribe to my other channel just to see whether the notifications would come through or not.
mm, YouTube is a hater, because, like, I told you, I have a video. I've literally had to edit it twice. And I'm just I, I'm like, I don't know, because YouTube, like, they keep trying to put, like, age restriction on my videos.
Yeah, yeah,
Like,
yeah.
I'm, you guys, I'm gonna get the dustyloveconnection.com up and running. And we gonna be able to drill uncensored. Hey,
Okay.
Wisdom.
I do
Hold on,
think
hold on. I want to hold on for a second, Queen. I done told you, is this the woman that was shot like 16, 17 times? Because it was like
who's
a woman that was shot a ridiculous amount of times and survived. But
listen
then
at
you
this
said it was a
point I
fire
can't keep
attack
up.
days later. I don't know about that, but I know it was a young Black girl, maybe like, she was probably at the oldest 24,
Hmm.
and she was shot like 13 times and survived.
Wow. Just continues to show the resilience of black women.
Oh wow. Let me see this video I done told you talking about. Is this, can I find it on YouTube if I look if I search that? Let me see.
You know, YouTube
But
are
has your
haters.
week been dust free, Queen?
That's debatable. I've had to put my gas mask on a couple times this week. But for the most part, I'm just trying to, you know, I've got my usual spaces that I hang around with. But I'm just
No,
trying.
I had jumped on, not to interrupt you, but like
Oh, go ahead.
I think Moon had put up a video and I was
Hmm.
lost. Like, is somebody trolling you guys?
Okay, sorry, excuse my mouth. Um, basically what it is Nandi GP3, McMammy,
Um,
of Dark. What do they call themselves? Camp Dark Side or whatever. So this thing's been going on for a long time, on and off, every 3 months. So when Moon was over at the Argument League, you remember all that with the divestment conversation? They started
mhm.
attacking her. People from S3DL and people that were
I don't really know
associated.
too much about that. I just know, like, because I've never been on those channels. I just kind of know of it through, like, watching Taz.
Yeah, so basically they kind of set up a kind of war against Moonflower and just women that were a part of the divestment movement. And um after there was a debate that Moonflower did to do with divestment and stuff, everything just spiraled out of control. So it's calmed down. Like I said, it's been every few months this woman will pop up with a crew and just start trouble. So basically, one of the members of SVDL has left SVDL, and it's come out about a new debate league being set up
Mhm.
that was formerly known as the Great Debaters, which, Taz was running that channel for a hot second, but they've
Mhm.
changed the name and they needed to do other things in it. So it's now called the People's Debate League, I think.
Mhm.
Hopefully I'm getting this right.
Mm. I've heard that lady's name mentioned, but I've never like encountered her. Can you hear me, Queen?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh
Can you hear
yeah,
me?
yeah, I can hear you. You just
Yeah.
were silent, so I was like, yeah.
Sorry. I'm just trying to make myself comfortable in bed. Um as far as I'm aware, she used to be a part of the B1 squad years ago, but as people evolved and changed and, Goat's understanding of things changed and
Mhm.
grew, and the direction that Nyla's gone in, because of, everybody's gone in different directions because of the attacks, because of the way that these degenerate BM are behaving. So it's like that woman and her crew expect black women to basically stand behind black men and do as they're told, and we're basically not about that. And because we have our own voice, her and some other people set about basically a campaign to attack us.
Mhm.
Moonflower, Tequila, myself, and a couple other people. So, like I said, she's been quiet for a hot second, but like
Mhm.
like it jumps out of
They
the
coming after
drain.
you and tequila. Y'all don't bother nobody.
Exactly. Exactly. But basically what they did was, like you might debate something, but you might not actually believe in what you're debating, but you have to debate your point.
Mhm.
So during the debate, obviously she's debating her side of the thing to win the argument in it, but they took that, ran with it, and used it to attack Moonflower with it. So she's been silent for a hot second. But because Suave is a part of now the People's Debate League and he made the announcement about it, she's popped up out of the woodwork like a
Mm.
succubus. Okay. So the
Wisdom.
stream the other day was basically Moonflower responding because she's gone live in
Mhm.
her space and tried to make out a whole heap of lies, saying that we're attacking her. Nobody wants to be involved with this woman. Like, you try to help her. Like, I've seen people try to help this woman, and it's like biting the hand that feeds you. It's like taking in a tarantula or a snake and expecting it not to bite you at some point. Is the
Yeah,
behavior that
that's
I'm
why.
seeing from her.
That's why I keep my YouTube circle like real small. It's basically just the people from Taz and Nyla's chat.
Yeah.
And Wisdom is Coco. I'm Coco Noir, and Wisdom. You know who I am.
Wisdom, you know who Coco is. It's just obviously, this is her
You've
platform.
been in
But
here, like that's funny, like 'cause she's come to the chat before. I guess she must not have known. She
well,
probably because Nyla linked my video. She probably yeah.
well, I'll be honest. When it's come to my platform and advertising you, I didn't know if you wanted me to say your name or not because of, everything that's going on in the space. Everybody is handling how they're moving forward different.
Yeah.
So I've just said to the ladies, check out the Dusty Love Connection and stuff.
Yeah, it's like since starting YouTube,
Mm,
I didn't really understand like the how people would come at you with so much vitriol and so much like animosity. Like these people
mhm.
act like I cussed out their mother. Like it's really strange how some people, and it's like we can agree to disagree, but you like sending me emails threatening me is a bit much.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. It's like earlier the stream I was doing, I don't know if you know about this young lady, but you have a very similar facial structure to her.
Mm-hmm.
There's a young lady on TikTok called a Barbie Life, I think her name is.
Mm.
And she basically put a video out about a month ago saying that she was going to start dating out. She hadn't stopped dating black men, but she was just saying basically that she was going to open her options. And the attacks, they're attacking her,
Yeah, I
they've
saw
doxed
that.
her. Do you get what I mean? It's just, it's out of control. They have no emotional regulation.
None
They're,
whatsoever.
it's just ridiculous. It's like they're losing a grip on the only power that they had, which was through black women, and they're losing their minds. That's the kind of conclusion I've come to.
It really is. I really feel that we're in an age of black women's awakening. Like
Mm,
I find that black women's there's a shift in black women's confidence and self worth. Like, and
mm,
I really believe that that's because there's so many black women that are sharing their opinions and
mm,
shining light on the issues that are happening throughout the
mm.
black diaspora because it's I see African women making this same sort of content. I see
Yeah.
Caribbean women. It's it's like I feel sad that so many of us are experiencing the same issues when it comes to like forming relationships
Mm,
with our male counterparts.
mm. Listen, what I want to
Hey,
say
Candy
before
Cane.
I forget is this, because when I was listening to part of your stream last week and you were talking about the plight of American black women and not being less lost in and left in the wayside,
Mm-hmm.
that was a very poignant part to me. Outside of, there was other great parts, but that's something that really really stuck in my mind. um, I don't think y'all realize what an inspiration Black American women that you are. And I need y'all to kind of hold on to that and keep pushing forward, because I think, like, for years, as I was explaining to the ladies on my platform, like 2 decades ago, I've been trying to have this conversation within my community here in the UK, different parts of Jamaica, the places that I've just traveled.
Mm-hmm.
And it's always led to pushback and eventually, the same thing you see online in terms of gaslighting and shit,
Mm-hmm.
that stuff happening in real life and people trying to X you out of the community, or, they don't feel that your ways are the ways for their community in different shapes and forms, depending on where I'm working with in. But I think in this generation, you've really inspired Black American women.
You cut out, Queen.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. You cut out
Oh,
briefly.
sorry. I'm on my phone. Apologies. I was just saying that I really think that with everything that's going on right now, Black American women have led the charge in bringing the issues to the forefront, and I'm really thankful for that. And the way that you're inspiring the world, because it's giving hope to other Black women and in bringing their voices forward, where for a long time there's been a lot of communities that have been afraid to speak up and voice out. Do you get what I mean? And
Mm-hmm.
just the generations of mammies that have told women here and in Africa and other places that what happens in the community stays in the community, what happens in the home stays in the home.
Yeah.
So I think it's a good thing, although it's sad, in one sense, that all this is going on. It is time for Black women's voices to be heard, for us to have our opinions, our voices, our stories, our experiences out there, because they are valid. And the only way to change what's going on is to have the voices of the real out there, because it combats the stereotypes that are currently out there, that are,
Yeah.
we've always been held to the strong black woman trope. And it's like we're not allowed to be anything else when we are multi-complex, multi-level, multi-dimensional. Do you get what I'm
Mhm.
saying?
Yeah.
So I just want to say thank you to y'all, because I think, what you're doing is great. And I just want to see, in terms of, because I don't know if you saw the Black Femicide, the footage from the Black Femicide March.
Hmm.
Did you see it?
Which I saw. What are you talking about? Like,
The Stand Up and Glow Black Femicide March that happened last weekend.
yeah, in DC.
Yeah, did you see the film footage that was put on the
Oh no,
Instagram page?
I haven't checked their Instagram lately. There was. I have to look it up. Let me see.
Yeah, so they've got I think it was I don't know if I'm pronouncing her name, Cha Cha Girl, Chi Chi
Mm-hmm.
Girl.
Cha Cha Girl.
Sorry, Cha Cha Girl. She was streaming some of the march. When she initially streamed, I was out and about, so I couldn't, set up and do. But when I came back, there was a number of videos from the march that they'd put up. They've actually got a videographer there, and I'm
Oh my
assuming
God.
that
No,
in the
go ahead.
next few weeks they'll probably put up the official video. But to be honest, it's great to see that people turned up, but I am disappointed by the turnout.
Yeah.
So I feel like they really, really need help. I know things always with, when you're starting certain things, and obviously it's just the second year that things
Mm-hmm.
usually start small. But I hope ladies seeing the footage from it encourages women to get behind it, because they really need more people to be on the ground in different ways and help in different ways, shapes, and forms.
I think that because there's a Black Femicide UK because I also follow them as well. I think they're going to be having a march. I don't know when, but I know that Cha Cha Girl was saying that like I don't know if it's next year,
hmm
but yeah, she had mentioned that they were going to have one in the UK.
I a couple of months back, I messaged. I'm not sure which one of the ladies that's running the Instagram page, but I spoke to her on the the messages and let her know about the platform,
Hmm.
and that we're behind in supporting Black femicide and stuff like that. And I had seen the other UK femicide page, but I wasn't, even though I was following it, I
Hmm.
wasn't sure how it was associated. So in the conversation, that's when I found out that they were associated to each other.
Hmm.
So I said to her at the time that what I'm going to do is I will concentrate on what's going on with y'all for a hot second,
Hmm.
because of the run up to the march, which happened last weekend.
Hmm.
But I will be in contact with the UK team to do some work with them, because I think that's important as well. But I just want to see them continue to grow, and for us to support them, because they're doing the groundwork. They're putting in the effort to make sure that the policy, hopefully in the future, gets put through. And with it reaching now 4.8 hours, we really, really need to back them. We really need to support them and getting more of the message out there, because, you know, I don't want to say it's going to get worse, but it's a fact, and I don't like that fact.
Yeah, I mean, but it's the truth. It's going. I mean, it's getting worse. Yeah,
Yeah.
the numbers have increased greatly over the last 2 years.
And then with the
Because I
fact that
mean, I think
we're,
maybe 2 years ago was what 19 hours, I believe.
so, I think a couple hours, sorry, a couple of years back, it was 8.
Yeah,
And then it's drastically, with the pandemic, dropped
yeah,
in a way that, obviously if the pandemic wasn't around, I don't think the figure would be as it is now. But with situations with pandemics and things like that, there is always an increase in domestic violence and brutality against women especially. So it doesn't surprise me that it's dropped. It surprised me how much it's dropped
yeah,
within the last year especially. So, I'm all for women getting self defense equipment and, CCDV and whatever they need to do to protect themselves, because that's a part of our self-care as well. We have to take our, safety more seriously.
Yeah.
And then obviously we're in officially in September now, but in the next few months we're going to be heading to winter, and the figures always rise during winter and get worse.
Yeah.
um
Because
so we really need to be on the guard.
yeah, the lockdowns, like Candy Cane Lane said, they were hard on women,
Really hard.
not being able to get away from your abuser.
Exactly. Usually when, without the pandemic, people have got a break from their partner or the person that's the abuser. Kids are at school and stuff like that, but with the pandemic and kids being, virtually homeschooled, it increases the likelihood of even more violence, unaliving, deleting, and all the rest of it. And we've, in fact, seen that play out over the last year with everything that's taken place.
Yeah, it's it's really a sad state of affairs.
Mm,
I just hope that Black women's like I think I want to be more optimistic and say
mhm,
that I hope things will get better,
mhm,
but truthfully, I don't see them getting any better. I do see them getting worse because I mean, you have to think that we have a group of men
mhm,
that are basically outright denying Black femicide.
mm,
They're literally saying that the number of Black women being unalived is insignificant
yeah, which
because
is
men
absolutely
are being
disgusting.
unalived at greater rates. But it's men killing, unaliving other men.
Exactly.
So it's just like they're always like, "Oh, you don't want to talk about, you know, androcide," but it's like it's other men that are committing these crimes against men. There's a very small group of women commit heinous acts like unaliving someone,
Mm,
and Black women, like we're the least likely to like in regards to women
mhm.
to commit that sort of crime.
What I will say is this: we are, over the years, have been the least likely, but because,
There's a dust mite in the chat. There is a dust mite in the chat. I thought that was a woman, but I'm gonna go ahead and block you.
Lord,
I'm not
yeah,
like before. I used to like. I'm not. I'm not radiating any energy. Like
mhm,
I'm just going to block them
yeah,
because
mhm, they're not
it's
worth it.
just it's it's beneath me. Like it's
Yeah, it is, sis.
it's
He needs to
beneath.
just go lie down next to his dead bussy popping godfather.
I
Okay, you
know.
love him that much? Go lie down next to him.
Like
Do us all a favor.
once I get some serious time, y'all gonna get the extended version because it's already written. I just gotta put it on wax.
Ugh, it's just ridiculous.
Like I might drop it. I might drop it for the 1 year anniversary.
Oh God, break their little hearts some more.
Yeah, like get my engagement all the way up. Exactly, Candy Cane. No dust shall prosper. Praise Keach,
Mm.
a Black woman.
So, what I'm noticing is this, before the dust mite came in and decided to disturb what's going on, attention seeking emotional dust mites, is unfortunately, no, where was I going with my thought process? Yes, black women are the least likely to do and commit heinous crimes. Now, I am seeing a slight shift, and I believe that's to do with the fact of the amount of pressure that we're under as black women.
Hmm.
You can only put a diamond or, women under pressure for so long before pipe bursts, and the amount of pressure that we're under as single mothers. And then with black women being unalived every 4.8 hours now, women every day are being attacked on the streets, are being harassed, are being raped, are being S.A.'d and everything else. So
Did you see the video of that really pretty, like, military black girl?
which one?
Paris
God.
Milan. Paris Milan showed her. She played like she's beautiful, queen.
Oh yes, I know who you're talking
Like
about. I
she had
went to her
like
thing.
when I was looking, she had the most gorgeous long eyelashes. But anyway, and some man just randomly hit her in the mouth.
Yeah, I downloaded the
I want to say that happened in New York. I could be wrong though.
New York. It's New York that happens.
It
There's
was, yeah, I could believe
yeah.
it. Because I mean, I keep like every time I go out the house, I have my taser on me, which is like a police baton
Mm,
slash taser,
mm.
and I have a knife. So, like,
What?
you attack me, I'm gonna go down swinging. Like,
Okay. Please do. Please do. I'm like, if I'm going to hell, I'm taking you with me.
like it's gonna be some slow singing and flower bringing. Somebody not gonna make it out alive.
You get what I'm
Stabbing
saying?
you right in your jugular.
Well, this is one of the things that I am appreciative with the US, that, depending on which state you live in, depends on the rules when it comes to self-defense equipment and things. That's something that we've got to continue to work on here, because we're not allowed, mace or tasers, or those things are illegal.
You
So
can't
for a
even
lot,
carry mace. You can't carry mace, queen. I can't
sorry
hear
about that.
you.
Sorry. No, we're not allowed to carry mace. We're not allowed tasers. Tasers are illegal. Um, the majority of self-defense equipment that I see being able to be used in the US is illegal here in the UK. So that's something that we need to work on law-wise here in the UK, because they're
But I
ignoring
mean, you
us.
guys don't really have a lot of like gun violence. It's more like stabbings and stuff, right?
It's a mixture, and it depends what city you live in.
Mm.
But it is increasing. It is increasing. So we'll see what happens. There's been a lot of arrests recently, and there's been a lot of busts, as well as they're doing what do you call it, amnesties, where they've got these giant bins where people can go and get rid of weapons that are illegal, because people get
They
frightened
do
of
that here
handing things
too,
in.
like where they get you can anonymously get guns off the street.
Yeah, so at the moment, each main city is running their own campaign. So it'll be interesting once the campaign finishes to see, what they've been able to haul in, or what people have handed in. And there's one BM that I'm aware of. He's doing like a takeaway type service. It's like a trade thing, like you trade your weapons for food vouchers and stuff like that. So we'll see what happens. But yeah, there's a lot of knife crime here. There's a lot of tax on single mothers, women. Do you know what I'm saying? Women do need to report more, and even in the US, because sometimes women are still not reporting. Sometimes I see things on TikTok in America,
Uh huh.
and in terms of being attacked, or a man being in a woman's home and is not refusing to leave.
Because because Black American women
Mhm.
have adhered to the ideology that you know we don't call the cops on Black men even when your life is in danger.
Yeah.
It's absurd. Like there's like you have that case of it was a few months ago. Can't remember if I mentioned it on the channel or not, but it was a Black man and a black he had a gun, and I think the woman was his girlfriend,
Hmm.
and they were trying to say that he was having some sort of mental episode,
Hmm.
and it was like a standoff between him and the police, and she got between him and the police,
Oh,
and she was
Lord.
like, don't shoot him, and he shot her in her head
What? Oh
and then
my
put the
God.
gun down.
Hmm.
And this woman had two children.
Damn.
Because what no one is talking about when it comes to not only the Black femicide is the Black children being orphaned.
Yeah, and this is what I brought up in previous streams, and when I'm doing the NACA report, people are going on about hashtag protect the kids, but you're going on about single mothers and not doing this, that, and the other. But at the end of the day, You know, when you unalive the mother, you've got children there that are orphaned, that are without parents. You know, dad's locked up in prison because he's killed mom. They're eventually going to find out that we know the internet is brutal as it is, you know,
Exactly.
and these kids are entering into the care system, and we already know that the highest majority of children within the care system are black and biracial, and that the
Hmm.
majority of the kids within the system when it comes to the black community is more mainly black fathers. So it's
Hmm.
like you can't continue to turn around and say you love black women and children, and all around the world, you know, here in England, same thing. Black and biracial children are in care. They're the highest majority. Africa, obviously, you know, goes without saying.
Hmm.
Caribbean, America. You can't continue to turn around and say that you love black women, and then black women are disappearing in the hundreds and thousands each year,
Exactly.
sex trafficking them, kidnapping them, snatching children, you know, and I'm just like I'm sick. I'm at the point,
It's so
Coco, where
much
I'm
like
sick and tired of being sick and tired.
exactly, and like I always find it's I find it to be like I find it to be very two faced when specifically black men are like, oh, we need to protect the black community and all. Like, if you're not protecting black children, you're not protecting the black community because that's our future.
Mm-hmm.
You
Great
are
sis.
literally destroying young children's lives
Mm,
when you unalive the mothers because in our community, mothers are typically the sole providers, the sole caregivers.
exactly.
So now these children, if they have family members that are willing and financially able to take care of them,
Mm-hmm.
that's if they have that available to them, they end up in care.
Yeah.
And foster care is a horrible, horrible situation for any child, regardless
Mm,
of race.
mm. Most definitely. Most definitely.
It's,
I've had my years. There was a period of time when I was in foster care.
mm-hmm.
And before that, when I was in a children's home until I got placed in foster care because they thought that I was a good candidate. And I was in one of the worst foster care homes that existed. And my time there wasn't pleasant. And I was having to constantly try to protect myself from boys that were coming from degenerative backgrounds or pimps and all those kind of things. Literally, I was having to literally.
Yeah.
It's I know it's funny, but no, it's not funny. But at the same time, it's like Sophia. All my life, I had to fight. Okay,
And
with
and that's the truth. Because black women have literally had to fight all their lives. All
okay,
their lives.
and it's not like they're talking about protect the children. Where are the foster care homes specializing in care of black and African American children? Where are they? Where are the hospitals? We see the decrease in doctors, black men becoming doctors, and black women, sort of picking up the slack. I'm sick of the excuses,
We've
of
always
why
had
they're
to pick
not
up the
doing what
slack.
they're supposed to do. Say that again, sis. Sorry.
I said we've always had to pick up the slack.
Yeah, it's unfortunate.
The black diaspora race lays slowly on the back of black women.
Oh, most definitely, most definitely, it always has, and these degenerates are hoping it always will. Um,
While they scream, we won't allow them to be leaders.
Black women have been waiting for generations upon generations till generations have died and passed, and ancestors are properly sitting up in the clouds, coming and saying, come on, get it together."
And it's
Listen,
like it's
we
like it showed like this is the part where I don't understand why black women are missing it. We exist in a patriarchal society where men are saying that women are stopping them from leading in a society ran by men. It makes no sense.
math ain't math, sis. Math don't math at all. Because it's like, if that were the case, y'all wouldn't be getting away with the amount of
Exactly.
unalivings and everything that's happening. Do you get what I'm saying? If we were really running the shit the way that we would want to run things, Yes, in every society, in the past, it's proven already that there's been wars and different things, but especially when black women have run kingdoms in the past. Yes, there have been wars, but they've usually been more amicably solved.
Mm-hmm.
There's usually been more peaceful years in comparison to when, men have run kingdoms. And some queens in the past have had to make sacrifices in order to keep their kingdoms intact, joining together with other tribes or other nations. But I think if we were more so running things properly and not just having political faces, it's one
Yeah,
thing like having Theresa May here or what's her name? Oh
yeah.
God, what's
It's
her name?
like having black
That's next
people
to
in power
Biden. Yeah,
without them actually having any real power.
exactly.
That's
But I think it would be a lot different if that weren't the case. Do you know
exactly
what I mean? But let black men tell it. They'll tell you a whole different story. This is why I think it's really important having your platforms and other platforms and goats platforms to be able to record and document what is going on right now, and bringing black women together to formulate our own sisterhood. If we're expecting to get out of this and make things better, it's going to take us coming together in order to get it done.
real. Yeah, like I feel that black women, I do believe that we have the ability to create a sisterhood or a fellowship, even if we agree to disagree. Like we don't have to all have. It doesn't have to be an echo chamber. We can have dissenting opinions, but still somehow be able to come to like solutions. Like
Oh
I
yeah.
think I think black women are capable of doing that. We're multifaceted enough, I believe,
Mm,
to figure out, to
mm.
figure out ways to better our lives. Like I
Oh, most
wholeheartedly believe
definitely.
that.
Oh, most definitely. I think we have the skill. I think it's just changing the focus,
Mm-hmm.
because like in the recent streams that I've been listening to, on other platforms, I've heard a lot of black women talk about the fact that they've got into specific areas because of the need of the community, more so black men. Do you get what I mean? Even down to the recent situation with the BW therapist. She
Mm-hmm.
dedicated her life to black men instead of dedicating her life to herself. I think it's more the refocus of taking the focus off trying to help black men and men that don't want to be helped, and
Yeah.
focusing on black women and children, because
I,
they've already told us that they're not going to change, that they're not going to do anything.
I mean, yeah.
We've spoken to them in this space over this last year. People are trying to talk to these people in real life. They still don't want to hear. They're unaliving women who are trying to talk to them. They're doxing women who are trying to work with them and give them an alternative outlet because you're complaining about white people therapy. Do you get what I mean? People are
Mm-hmm.
trying to come up with alternative methods. It's about them doing the work, and they've said they don't want to. So what's left is to work on yourselves as black women and to come together in, building for these children. Fuck the rest of these dudes who don't want to work with us and doing what we need to do. But if we expect the next generation to be able to move forward, then we're going to be the ones that are, essentially, like most things, when we look back on this period in time in 50 years or however years, it's about the choices and the decisions that we make now in
Mm-hmm.
order for there to be a future for these kids.
Yeah. I totally. And back to you were saying about that the young the real pretty dark skinned girl. Like I
Mm.
was the lengths. Like this is the thing. If black men really wanted to change, they have the ability to do so within them because they can muster up the fortitude to do all of this degenerate stuff to black women and children, but they can't muster up the fortitude to fix their internal issues.
Oh, most definitely. Because if you think about it, the time that it takes to go and dock somebody,
To
to go
find,
and
yeah, you
find
found
her
her
mom,
mother.
find her sister, or, find her address, you could have been filling out a CV. You could have been writing a resume. Okay?
Something you could have been in the time it took you could have been on YouTube learning something.
Okay, thank you.
Like
Doing a tutorial or something, but you choose to go and try and destroy somebody else's life because they made a decision to open their options. It
And
just continues to show how much autonomy and control that they want over black women within the community.
and it was crazy because like, and then their entire argument makes no sense because they are always talking about how, oh, they have options and they're going out and choosing these other women. Then why are you so laser focused on what black women are doing with their bodies? Why? If we
Be-
are unwanted women, then why are you concerned with us?
because the hypocrisy and contradiction of wanting black women to sit on a shelf and wait for them. They're popcorn pimps. They have the psychology of
Popcorn.
wanting accessibility to everybody else, but wanting to have something in the back just in case they need it. And if you think about it, with the fact that, the American community is 50 billion in debt because of black men, and the
Which,
amount of black men that it would take to come together just to close the wealth gap. They
mhm,
could do it, but they make a choice every day, every minute, every
not to.
hour. They make a choice not to. So I don't
And
know how much more, if you're sitting on the computer trolling and attacking black women's spaces when you could be putting in CVs, going for interviews, going for a job, shining your shoes,
learning
going
a
and helping your wife
trade.
and kids, looking after your children, reading a book with your children. Reading books. Ooh, that's a new concept. Do you get what I mean? It shows where their heads are at.
Yeah, it really. And then also, like you were saying, because they say this, like they say these things about black women because they need your confidence and your self worth to be in the gutter, so
Oh,
that they
yeah.
can always have someone to come back to. And herein lies the trick bag that they're pulling over black women's eyes.
Hmm.
If you are unwanted, why do they need you to lie in waiting for when they return? Because they themselves know that these relationships with these non-black women typically don't work out. So they
Hmm.
so they need
Preach,
to have a
sis.
they need to have a fallback plan in the image of a black woman. They need you with your confidence in the gutter so that when they come scurrying back because the white woman or the non-black woman has done what she has historically done to them, they need to be able to come back to black women so you can heal their wounds.
Yeah. And like I was saying, it's ironic that we're having this conversation because it's similar to what I was doing on my platform earlier. I'm
Mhm.
bringing up Julius and wanting black women to sit on a shelf just in wait and wanting to scream Emmett Till while doing virtually nothing. Do you know what I mean? Black women have value, black women have worth. We lead the culture. These women, that white women, Latino women, Mr. Chin's daughter, they're out here culturally appropriating us, fusing our, you know, everything that we create, our hairstyles, our makeup. They're always copying us. So there is value to us. They need to be able to access us because they have a leech and vampirism mentality and it's unhealthy.
I mean,
It's really unhealthy.
even the women that black men say supposedly say are better than us are cosplaying as bastardizations of us.
It's just
That's
bizarre.
literally what they're doing.
Yeah. It's
Like
just wholly bizarre.
it's very bizarre. And the thing is like I really don't understand why this isn't regarded by like like the psychiatric community as like this is really weird. Like people who are now cosplaying as an entirely different ethnicity,
Hmm.
like down to your mannerisms, your vocal tone, they're imitating all that you are while saying you have no value.
I think there is something. I'm trying to remember what it is. There is something in psychology in regards to this, and there is something else in regards to because you hear me talk about Peter Pan and the
Hmm.
Lost Boys. There is something in regards to Peter Pan syndrome. There is something in regards to, I think, is it imposter? Is it
Oh yeah,
imposter
imposter
syndrome or something
syndrome.
else?
Yeah.
But yeah, it's an interesting time for psychology and psychiatry and those that are in the mental health profession because, to be honest, behind the scenes, some states, some countries are having a difficult time. Do you get what I mean? That's
Hmm.
why people are trying to come up with more inventive ways. to sort of deal with the issue within the black community. When I was doing a stream, I think it was in the last couple of weeks, we actually were looking at a document, I think called, was it like Black Men's Mental Health? Black Health Matters. Sorry, I don't remember the title of it. And we were going down the statistics and the different things that they were introducing, which was like a combination of group therapy and traditional therapies sort of mixed together like a fusion.
Hmm.
So the mental health community in some ways is having issues because they don't know how to push things forward with the fact that they won't come and get the help. But we, at the same time, we haven't got enough people in the field to deal with the amount of people that need help, that need servicing.
Yeah,
Do
because
you know
there,
what I mean?
I mean, like, because really there aren't a lot of, well, I don't know about in the UK, but I know in the US there aren't many black male therapists.
No, there's not.
And
Same
I,
thing with the UK. There's not. Usually, you will find, apart from the the main countries that are black orientated, the
hmm
majority of countries that are westernized do have a small amount of black therapists. The amount, I think it's like, I think the figure, if I remember correctly, is they give, and this is on average for most countries, 2% of the mental health, the health budget is for mental health. And I can't remember the exact statistic when it comes specifically to the black community. You'd have to look into it online. But we did go through. Remember, I'm dyslexic, so my short-term memory is sometimes really crap. But we did go through on a stream the amount of black women in comparison to black male therapists that are currently in the USA, and it was showing that there were more black female therapists. And obviously, over the last couple of years, because of the community screaming, we need help, more women have been going into the field. But it's still a hypocrisy and contradiction when you're going out and attacking the same therapists that are trying to help you, because then you're showing that you really don't want the help. So you're putting us in a bind when it comes to future funding, when it comes to countries. Because if you're screaming that you need the help and you're not actually taking up the help, then the
hmm
government's going to turn around and say that you're wasting their time, and it's going to mean less funding for the community if they continue to see that the community aren't accessing what's available. And that's the dangerous thing that people don't understand.
I mean that's true because you can even look at in regards to the US. There are
Mm.
oftentimes there are a lot of the community outreach
Mm-hmm.
that's geared towards the black community is geared towards black men,
Yes.
right? Because they're the demographic within the black community that needs the most help.
Mm-hmm.
But there's these fundings in these organizations, black men aren't seeking them out. So
Mm.
oftentimes these organizations lose funding.
Yeah.
So if you're not like if these resources are made available, but you're not taking advantage of them, then
Mm-hmm.
it basically it shows, like you said earlier, that you don't want help, that you're not seeking out the help, and that you don't want to change because there are resources out there.
Mm. They're just not accessing them, and it's
Yeah.
frustrating. And I've been speaking to some people behind the scenes who are therapists and counselors, and they've got, BM wasting their time. They're saying
Mhm.
that they're going to come to the counseling sessions, and then, during their session, they might try to make them take accountability and responsibility for their behavior, and they get hot-headed and want to leave sessions. Or, say, for instance, something traumatic. They don't understand that in doing the journey, you're going to have to go through treacherous waters and open up about painful things that you're uncomfortable with.
Mhm.
And they're getting uncomfortable with situations and walking away from therapy, which is not helpful in the fact that you're there to push. They don't want to push through. When it gets tough, they run away.
You got, I don't mean to interrupt you. Mama, my mother was listening to the live stream.
Okay. Hello, mom.
No, she said she'd go to bed. She said your live stream was very informative and factual. Great discussion tonight. Good night. Don't let the dust bugs bite.
Me have me zapper next to me. We ain't got time for no umphy bites. Okay.
Love you, mom.
Good night, Mama Noir. Okay. Or should I call? I'm not sure what to call her. What do I call her? Mama, you tell me. Okay.
Yeah, Mama Noir is all right.
Yeah, Mama Noir. Good night, Mama Noir. Get your rest, beautiful. Thank
Oh,
you for this beautiful daughter that you've given us in this space. Okay, she's a credit to you.
because like I talked to her earlier today, and she said she was going to listen in on the stream, and I was like, oh God. But my mother knows, like I have these same sorts of conversations with my mother and my sister. Like
Mm,
everyone in my family knows, like these are normal conversations for me.
mm, what's wrong with her?
hmm
Mm.
Hmm. My auntie Connie might have been listening too. Hey, Auntie Connie.
Hey, Auntie Connie. Yeah, I'm just glad that we're starting. I think this is part of the reason why all these attacks are happening because for a lot of time, there's been a lot of financial gain from black men in this space in real life with the
hmm
way that black women invest into the community in different shapes and forms. Do you know what I mean? Whether it's fashion, whether it's education, we're very supportive. So this bullshit about us not being loyal, about black women not listening, we've been listening. All we've ever done is, for the most part, is listen to your needs and put them forward. But
Exactly.
it's
Because
time to
black women have
redirect that
been there.
money and that
Black women
energy.
have always stood directly beside black men.
And in front, from what you
And
were saying from the other report.
now we're in front. Yeah, it started off like we were side by side. Now we're completely out front.
Mm,
So
mm,
they're not even showing up. So
yeah. But
and like you were saying with the whole, I feel like the reason black men don't seek out mental health help
mhm.
is because they've been coddled for so long. They think that their actions, I feel like they do no wrong. So people who seek out, you know, therapy
Mhm.
are looking to fix something. They're looking to change the course of the trajectory of their lives, And black men see nothing wrong with the behaviors that they're engaging in. So I don't think they even need therapy. Like I don't even think they're aware of their lack of emotional regulation and intelligence. Like I believe that most black men are very unself-aware.
Oh, most definitely. We will. When you see the issues within the community with comprehension and active listening,
hmm
that says a lot. As well as we see the issues with emotional regulation with these guys. And
Yeah.
even earlier on my stream, we were looking at a piece by I can't even remember his name, some kind of pastor, I think. And the guy, it looked like, I don't know, it was like a couple that were giving it their last shot at trying to heal their relationship.
hmm
And the husband was just completely emotionally checked out. Coco, if you'd have seen this guy's body language,
Mm.
no emotion, withdrawn, emotionally detached, while his wife is sitting next to him, crying her eyes out, looking for comfort. The guy didn't comfort her or nothing. And even the pastor guy that was talking was saying, your wife is uncomfortable. She's come here for you. She's made herself uncomfortable coming to this place just to service your needs. And you're still basically ignoring her. You don't even realize that she's putting your needs above hers forward to be here for you, and you don't care. You don't care. So I definitely think when it comes to emotional regulation, most
hmm
definitely that's a serious issue. But there's also that whole black male worship and being kings and stuff. It's
Yeah.
like the delusion is real. Is real.
It really is, and this whole, like you were saying, this whole like black women are often like we're in relationships and in marriages where our emotional needs are not being fulfilled. They're like they're not even being met in the slightest bit.
Not even the minimum basic standard.
And it's just like I think like what a lot of black men think is that long as they're there, that's all that matters.
Oh yeah. This is the thing. Your stream tonight, where you're at this point, it so mirrors what I was.
Because great minds think alike, Queen.
Definitely, sometimes, definitely. There's a woman on TikTok that was doing a piece that blew up and went viral.
Uh-huh.
Basically to do with the same thing about the fact that they can't emotionally regulate, that they just so self entitled that they're not even that they just think that their presence is all that's needed in the situation. And there was a whole heap of women, there's hundreds of women in the comment sections talking about being grateful and happy that they're away from their husbands, that they're
Oh, I
divorced
saw
women.
that. I think I
Have
saw
you
that.
seen it?
Like, was it the post that they were like all these single married mothers or single married women or something of that nature
Yes,
talking about?
yes, that's it,
And it was
that's it.
literally one, and it was there were white women, black women.
Mm-hmm.
It was like tons and tons of women saying how they were in relation or in marriages because these women were married.
Marriages.
These women
Yeah.
were in marriages
Mm-hmm.
where they were basically carrying the entire load of the relationship.
Mm-hmm.
Like we
Definitely.
all, and then what we're seeing because black men love to like men in general, but I'm a black woman, so I'm fixated on black men. But
Mm-hmm.
like they're always talking about going back to this 1950s
Oh
um,
God.
time period where women well basically women had no rights. They want us back where we are barefoot and pregnant, and they can pretty much do whatever they want because you're not thought of as a person. You're a second class citizen as a
Mm.
in America, pretty much anywhere.
Yeah.
So, and it's funny that they want to go back to this time because I don't know if you've ever looked at like any of the advertisements back then where it was pretty much like men they literally in newspaper advertisements because Taz has even shown this and like I've seen this like if you've ever watched an episode of Mad Men, like
Mm-hmm.
how it talks about like the I guess like the beginning of like marketing in America. Like a lot
Mm.
of the advertisements were very misogynistic. Like there were advertisements about spanking your wife when she gets out of line. Like these are the
Oh.
they want to go back to a time when domestic violence was par the course for being married.
Oh, most definitely. I remember doing a stream, I think it was a few months back, with MJ on the stream on the channel that got taken down. We were looking at some of the good housewife guides
Mhm.
from the 60s and the 50s, and it was showing how to domestically discipline your wife. It was
Mhm.
talking about make sure you have his dinner ready and make sure you do this and make sure you do that. I was just like, what the fuck is wrong? And then I remember when KS's bussy popping dead self was talking about the same thing, you
I mean,
know.
because literally I think Nyla coined it best when she said that black men are unevolved white men because like they're literally stuck in the time period that white men have primarily moved past in regards to like advertising this sort of like abuse towards women. Like they don't
Mm-hmm.
I'm not saying that black white men don't abuse women because they do, but they're not
Mm-hmm.
advertising said abuse of women the way black
Mm.
men are advertising that abuse. Like black men are literally getting online and saying that black women and children should starve. What type of stuff like starve? You
It's
want
such a
women
weird
and children to starve?
it's such a weird dimension right now, because it's like, think about it for a hot second. You've had all this kind of pro-black talk about back to Africa and all those kind of things. At the same time, um, for guys, for these males that are in like their 60s, 70s, I could probably understand why they themselves would want the 50s and 60s back, because they were brought up in that era. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So they watched their mums come up in that era, their grandparents come up in that era. But for guys our age in their 20s to be talking about an era that they were never a part of, that they never saw, do you get what I mean? It's not like
Yeah,
they were
that's how
brought up with it.
exactly. I feel that same way when black people talk as if they themselves have experienced slavery.
Mm.
It's like, yes, I understand that we are descendants of slavery and it was atrocious, but we
Mm-hmm.
ourselves have never experienced an institution like slavery.
Yeah.
Like we've never experienced that.
Mm-hmm. So it's
And
disturbing the things they're holding on to.
yeah, it's disturbing that people that are separated by like over a century are still
Mm.
making it seem as if they themselves just walked off a plantation.
Mm-hmm.
It's
Like I,
like it's weird. Like Ann said, it's this weird glorification of slavery. Like I just don't get it.
it's bizarre because even I remember Nyla bringing up something, and then I was like, actually, like in regards to slavery and the way that she would talk to her grandparent. Well, I can't remember the exact phrase that she used, but it
Hmm.
also triggered something for me in her saying it because it was like when I was very very young, when my great grandparents, they lived quite a long time, but they would have been the children coming out of slavery at that point in time, or the first generation kind of born out of slavery at that period of time. And they spoke very little about what went back on, sorry, my words, what went on then. So it's bizarre to hear a whole generation of men talking about something that they've never experienced in the way that the people that were actually there didn't actually talk about.
Hmm. Yeah, because I actually, I'm glad that you brought that up because I have a book and it's called Voices from Slavery, and I actually want to read some of basically a group of people went around and they interviewed all of the last living the last living like people who were formerly enslaved,
Mm,
right? So there's hundreds and hundreds of recorded uh, interviews, and then someone took these recordings and transcribed them into a book. And at one point in time, these recordings, because I bought this book at the museum,
mm,
they had an exhibit during Black History Month, maybe like 3 4 years ago, and you could
mm-hmm.
actually go in and listen to the recordings, like they had
Oh.
remastered them. And what I realized, like when I was reading through the book,
Mm-hmm.
like the men, when the men were interviewed, it seemed like the men's retelling of slavery was like they were very ashamed of the things that they allowed to happen to Black women and girls
Mm.
in the book. Like there were several instances where the men were saying that although they were slaves, that the women themselves had it much worse.
Well, that's saying something. Do you know what the because I'd be interested in reading that book.
Oh yeah, I have it right here. I can tell you who it's by.
Let me just grab my
The stories they're chilling. Like some of them are like, and then it because often when people recount these slave narratives or like their own version of it, they're not showing the complexity of the institution of slavery. Like no two plantations were run the same.
true. True,
So
very true.
there's instances where in this book, because it's 100 authentic slave narratives edited by Norman R. Yetman. I'll put it in the chat. And
Okay.
there were instances where like some of these formerly enslaved people were like on their plantation, they were never beaten. And then you have
Mm-hmm.
other people who were like on their plantations, it was the slave owner was the most malicious person. Like some of them referred to him as the devil.
Mm.
There were instances where after some of the slave owners died, they freed their slaves. There were
Mm.
some that didn't free their slaves. So like no, just like how no two Black people's Black experience in America is the same, no
Mm-hmm.
two formerly enslaved Africans, their experience wasn't the same either. And so I think when we have these conversations about slavery, we're using these grand sweeping generalizations of everyone's experience. And I'm
Yeah.
not saying that slavery was like, it was something joyful or something like that, but it's not all that everyone has made it out to be. Like, no two plantations treatment of their enslaved population was the same, because there are even instances in this book where some of these slaves knew how to read, like their owners taught them how to read because it served the slave owners benefit for the slave to be able to read.
Mm,
It was
mm.
basically whatever worked for the slave owner.
Yeah, true. Sis, what was? Do you know what the name of? Because I'm interested now in the voice recordings that you were talking about. You said they were
Yeah, like
remastered.
I see. I think because people, let me Google it, because I know it was at an exhibit. I don't know if you might be able to listen to them online.
If it is available, yeah, I'd love to do a stream around that because I think it's a necessary way to sort of combat some of what's been going on in the space. Do you get what I mean? With the narratives, especially with what's his name, Nasheed, and the rest of them, with this whole book breaking documentary and everything else that's been going on, and the way that they talk about something that they themselves never experienced. It would be interesting to hear, the actual stories and stuff. And voices can be very powerful, as we know, on the internet. So I'd love to actually see that exhibition. I wonder if
Oh,
they're
actually, here it is.
traveling with it.
They're on. I don't. Let me see. Oh yeah, they're actually on here.
They are.
You
Ooh.
can go to the Library of Congress,
Okay. Library of
and
Congress.
its collection, Voices Remembering Slavery, Freed People Tell Their Stories.
Hold on a second. Library of Congress. What was the next part? Sorry.
It's called Voices Remembering Slavery,
Voices remembering slavery.
Freed People Tell Their Stories.
Freed people tell
And like they're
stories.
yeah, they have some of the audio recordings here.
Hmm.
They have several of them. Once you click on it,
Mm-hmm.
then you go, because once you come to the page and then you go to collection items, because it'll say at the top of the page, it'll say about collection, collection items, article essays. There's 61 recordings.
Okay. Thank you for the inspiration. I'm gonna do a stream around that. See if I can get access from my side to it. I know
Yeah.
sometimes with some uh, because of where I am with the UK, sometimes accessing certain things in America can be problematic because of the rules here. I'm
Uh-huh.
gonna give it a go and see if I can access it.
I'll put the I'll put the link, the direct link in the back chat.
Okay.
Yeah. But and this is, and to go even further, because I don't know if if you've seen slave movement movies, and they always, just like I don't know if any of you have ever read Sojourner's Truth, Ain't I a Woman, right? And like this book, you're going to hear that the dialect that they typically attach to slaves, like this sort of uneducated sounding, broken English vernacular. These people didn't have any of that. And even so, like the whole, like the Negro cadence, like that was an advent of white racists to make it sound as though black people were, uneducated in their speech. And they even did this to Sojourner Truth's poem, and it was actually debunked because Sojourner Truth, they tried to make it seem like she spoke, when they transcribed her speech, that she spoke with a Southern accent, which is not the case, because her first language was Dutch. She spoke English with a Dutch accent, and so like the a lot of her speeches have been given this black colloquialism that she didn't have, to sort of like dumb her down. And you see that a lot in regards to like black people throughout American history. And I always found that to be very interesting. because I was expecting these people to sound a certain way, and none of them sounded like that at all. Because you're indoctrinated through movies about how they say that African Americans at the time spoke. Oh, what's this? I'm gonna read that. I done told you. Hey, Queen. I don't know which. I guess I'll remove that one. Are you
Okay, I
here?
don't know how I did that. Am I back? This is the thing, because my phone's gone through an update. Everything's changed. I'm trying to work out how to do this and the other, and I'm back. Okay, but I did
Um,
hear what you were saying. I don't know how
oh,
it did that, but I am listening.
oh yeah, and I done told you. She says she has a book suggestion: "The White Image in the Black Mind: African American Ideas About White People, 1830 to 1929." I'm gonna add that to my reading list. Like, I've always loved to read.
I'm trying to get back into it at the moment. And then I've just downloaded the other day,
Oh, it
Push, so that I can get up to speed with that for the book club. Rochelle does,
yeah.
but
Then
I
like,
think.
oh, sorry.
Sorry, go ahead, sis.
Like, I no, I want to bring more Black women centered theory and thought, because like there's a list of Afro Caribbean Black female authors. There's some books I want to read. There's some African American, and I also like I love Chimanda. Like I wanted to read one of her books
Hmm.
for the channel,
Hmm.
because like I want our live streams to be about more than just drills. So
Yeah.
yeah,
Don't get me wrong, I enjoy the drills. Your drills absolutely crack me up, but I am looking forward to doing more reading, more learning, and just I've been speaking about the same thing on my platform in terms of, yeah, it's cool drilling the dusties, but I don't want us to be consistently just focused on BM. There's things that we need to work on and evolving and growing and continuing in a great direction, and the only way we're going to be able to do that is by focusing on ourselves and continuing to read and continuing,
yeah,
building the sisterhood and having these conversations, and growing the way that we need to in order to move forward. So I'm looking forward to it.
yeah. So am I.
And there's so many books that I just don't remember anymore, and just in terms of just wanting to sort of have less interaction, like I said, with the guys, because I feel like there's so much interference from them, that I'm just looking forward to just having the conversations with the ladies and us continuing to grow. Because I think it's really important also to show, the younger generation, how we can build as women, and in building those friendships and those bonds so that they're able to replicate in their own way and move things forward, when the time is ready in the future.
Yeah. Let me see, because I think there's quite a few books that I have so many books that I could like recommend. I want to, there's a book that I just added, I'm going to buy on Amazon. It's called Killing the Black Body: Race, Reproduction, and hold on, let me see. It's by Dorothy Roberts. Race, Reproduction, and the Meaning of Liberty.
That sounds familiar for some reason.
Yeah. So I want to read this book. And I also want to read, because I started Medical Apartheid, but I haven't finished it. And I
Hmm.
also want to read Medical Bondage: Race,
Mm.
Gender, and the Origins of American Gynecology.
I think I might have. What year is that?
Um, Hold on, let me see.
That one sounds familiar. I think that might have been to do with oh gosh, what's her name? I'm so bad with people's names. The lady that they took her
Oh
blood
yeah,
and
Hattie, I forget, like, because it's her cells. Yeah, I know you're talking about.
yeah, and there's other things I think in regards to that with you know um doing non-anesthetic procedures on black women, and things in
Yeah,
that,
the
if I
father
remember
of
correctly.
they just took down the father of gynecology's statue, I believe, or they were planning to take it down in NYC because
Hmm.
that's who was he was removing black women's uteruses without anesthesia
Yeah, yeah.
because
See.
I mean like that whole racist ideology still persists in the medical field today because most
Mm,
people like they did a survey recently, it's probably maybe 3 4 years ago, and 50% of the doctors surveyed
mm.
said that they thought that African Americans nerve endings were more resilient than other people, so basically they don't think that we have higher tolerances for pain, which is
Oh,
scientifically inaccurate.
almost definitely, because there's some nurses that I follow on TikTok
Yeah,
and just
Henrietta
on
Lacks.
YouTube.
That's her name. Henrietta Lacks. That's her name. Queen. The immortal cells.
Yes.
Like her cells never die.
So there's a few nurses that I follow, just in general sexual health and stuff like that. That's kind
Yeah.
of like been on and off my realm. So one of the women on it, who's an American woman, was talking about the same thing, that she was taught in that way, that black women's pain threshold is a lot higher than other cultures and races of women. And she was talking about different things that she's been taught and speaking to, the medical community about doing better in terms of listening to black women. And we see it from, working class, middle class, elite societies. Look at Serena Williams,
Yeah.
you wouldn't expect that her as a star athlete, in the prime of her life, would be dealing with the same kind of issues, but it's still happening. And it plays again into everything that's going on within the black community, that these things are happening to us. We know that black women die at a high rates when it comes to giving birth, or even if you're able to, you might, unfortunately, during pregnancy.
Mm-hmm.
And where are the black hospitals anymore? Do you get what I'm saying? I can't remember how many weeks ago, but there was a stream that I was doing recently, and I asked that question because at one point I understand that there was a number of different black hospitals because of, the racial divide and Jim Crow, that they didn't want to service black people. But then it's like, where are those hospitals now to service the black community? Why have we not gone forward tenfold with building more so that black women are not having to go to outside communities to get service and to get help? So if they really continue to say that, like earlier you were saying about we love black children and protect the kids and stuff like that, you will be doing things and creating things around the education, the system, God, my words now.
Hierarchy. Yeah.
That's it. Of putting these things together in institutions, and even when it comes to kids' educations, do you get what I mean? There's, what is it, less than 2% of teaching staff in America is black men, and it's continuing to decrease as far as I'm aware in certain states from some of the black male teachers that I speak to. You know what I mean? They're saying the issues, as well as the ones that are saying about the fact. I remember one of the guys that follows my Instagram. He's a teacher in, I think, Houston. Is it Houston, Texas? And he's been trying to inform people about the fact that I don't scratch what I said in regards to Houston, Texas, because I can't remember if he's actually in Houston, Texas, but
Mm-hmm.
he was talking about a specific state and trying to rally people in coming forward because of the situation with certain services being taken away from the community,
Mm-hmm.
in testing for, different disabilities and other things. And the community didn't rally behind him, or, fight for whatever it was that was being taken out of the system. Do you get what I mean? So it's like you
Mm-hmm.
continue to shout about, we love kids, but, you're not doing anything to improve their life expectancy, their life chances, their education, their health systems. None of that there's no foresight and real planning within the community for people that claim to be quote unquote leaders.
it's it's really sad because like I like someone posted in the chat, black men love mouthing slogans. Like that's what I done told you just said. And I completely agree because they're always shouting, what about the black boys? Because anytime you see black women uplifting black girls or black women, they're all like, what about the black boys? And it's like black men, it's black men's duty to uplift black boys. There's
Mm-hmm.
only so much a woman can do. Like you need positive male role models for young black boys. They're not
Yeah,
looking they're not looking to women. They're looking
exactly.
to other men. They're looking to men to set an example. And the men in our community have done a shitty job setting an example.
Oh, most
I mean,
definitely.
like I stated in one of my last videos, black boys are like 21 times more likely to be unalived
Mm-hmm.
than any other demographic of boys in America.
It's just sad. I mean, I don't want to bring people down. Obviously, at the moment it looks a bit bleak, but I think we also have to be mindful that black women we as black women are connected to the earth.
Mhm.
There's an energy that roams between us and Mother Nature. And I know it's difficult right now, but I still feel like we need to have hope because, the things that we think and speak, get spoken. Sorry, I'm a bit tired now. When I get really tired, my dyslexia just gets worse and things start coming out backwards
No,
weirdly.
I get it.
But yeah, we need to still keep the vibration up because it's important, our connection with the earth and things like that. And, just the kids that are around us, if we feel completely destitute all the time, they're going to pick up on that energy.
Hmm.
And it's a give and take between us as women and our connection with Mother Nature. So we can't expect for, the things that we need to get out of Mother Nature to be given back if we're putting such negativity into the air. So we need to be mindful in, just looking after ourselves mentally, emotionally, and physically with what's going on. Do you know what
Yeah,
I'm saying?
yeah. Because it can be a lot. It can completely weigh you down.
Oh, most definitely.
It can, and that's why, like I mentioned in the last stream, like black women need to be mindful of the type of content that they're consuming.
Mm.
Because even though you may have a positive outlook on yourself, if you're constantly reading negative things, your unconscious mind is picking up on all of that, and it may
Oh,
it may be affecting you and you don't even know it, because the unconscious mind is a very powerful thing.
oh, definitely. Even myself, when I've had to take a break over the last how many weeks
Hmm.
in doing the femicide content because it gets really like I know people think that I'm a certain way, but it's really emotionally draining and tapping. I rate people like Goat and other people in the space that are able to do it day in, day out. Because sometimes in the past, I'd end up in floods of tears just watching the different things that are going on. And some of the things I can't even show because of the graphic violence and the things that, with YouTube. So it's like you're absorbing all this stuff and you still need a way to release it. So sometimes I have to take a break from it and focus on some other things because it can just feel overwhelming.
Yeah, it can. And I mean, even from my own standpoint, like I mean, I know I make drill videos, and it's like I try to make them, as comical as possible. But
Mm,
like the thing is like I'm watching these videos and I'm reading black women pleading in the comments and like trying to. It's just like it's draining because it's just like, sis, let this go. Like if this
mm,
man is making this sort of content, you getting online and trying to change his mind is never going to happen.
true.
It's never going to happen. Oh,
Yeah.
I love Zora Neale Hurston.
Zora?
Yeah, she was Zora Neale Hurston. She's influential black woman.
Oh, okay.
I also want to read. I want some Ida B. Wells on here. Like I want to keep it as modern as possible, like the Black woman theory, but I want to show like how the things that Black women were fighting for, we're still fighting for to this day.
Mm.
So I like to bring like, because I know some people are like, oh, they may have an issue with like reading a lot of like, what they consider outdated theory. But I think that you need to see the starting point at which, Black female thought, like where it started, to see the advances that we've made globally in regards to like theory and thought that's Black woman centered. Because I feel like we've come a long way.
I think considering how much Black women have been through in the last, how many decades
Hmm.
and where we've gotten to, I think Black women should be really proud of themselves,
They should.
considering all the conditioning and everything that we have to deal with on a daily basis, monthly basis, yearly basis, and still trying to pick ourselves up and dust ourselves off and keep it pushing. And I do think what you listen at the end of the day, sis. If you want to concentrate on this, I'm with it because I'm learning, and I do think it's relevant because of the fact that the past has an influence on the present, and
Hmm.
it shows the factors of how we got to where we got to. And if you don't understand the present and the past, then what are you going to do about changing the cycles for the future? And I think it's interesting to learn about the different ways that Black women were thinking, even if it was past. Do you get what I mean? There's things
Hmm.
that can be learned from that or bring inspiration in different ways. So I'm with it. Whatever you choose to do, sis, I'm there. Okay.
And Iron Kitty, you right, because like sometimes after watching some of these videos, like I be hot. Like I'll call my cousin and completely vent and unload all the vitriol that I
Mm,
that I don't want to bring to my platform or my cousin in regards to like things I see online.
it's a lot.
It
And you have to
really is.
also remember to just take breaks and protect your peace. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Take social media breaks, take breaks from YouTube when you need to, because it can be overwhelming
yeah,
sometimes.
it can like that's what like when I'm specifically when I'm looking for content for my channel, like once I'm done finding the videos, like I always go and watch like some sort of uplifting Black female centered content,
Mm.
like just so I can put myself in a better mood mentally.
That's a good thing. That's a good thing. Leave off on a It's almost like the sandwich technique, and you do something good, you may watch something. Well, not. It's like a positive, a
Hmm.
negative, and then a positive, isn't it? So when you end the positive, reinforces so that you don't have it so deeply within your subconscious. So I think that's a good technique as well.
Yeah, and I mean like I feel like once Black women, because I think for a long time we've just accepted the history that Black men have told us as fact without
Mm,
doing like the thorough research on our own. And I'm glad that Black women now are doing the research. Like they're unearthing the fallacies that Black men have been regurgitating decade after decade.
yeah, there's been a lot of lies spouted,
There
and
really
like you
has
said, a lot of things that have just been passed down word and mouth. So I'm glad for people like Go and other people that are doing the actual research, and even as difficult as it is to, share certain things, being honest about it, because I think it's necessary. And I'm glad Black women are like yourself and others are really doing the research because it's necessary. Because even if you do the research, some people, how they perceive it,
been. Hmm.
and we see the mental state of where these guys are at. You like ages ago when it came up about the whole thing with the Moyna, I been surprised because when I was doing sexual health and other things around community back in the 90s and the early 2000s, we were reading those reports here and swapping information between, England and America. So when I was coming into this space and hearing Black men saying about, this is the conclusion and stuff like that, I was confused. I thought there was a whole new report that I had missed. And then when I was looking at the thing and I'm thinking to myself, y'all can't even read the conclusion and summary properly. So I think it's best that black women do the research themselves. There's too much information that's been lost, and a lot of the guys will do the information that's relevant to them, to
Mm-hmm.
their history, that focuses on them because they're men and they're misogynistic and they've got that patriarchal mindset. We need to look at the history that involves all of us, but especially us as black women, because there's a lot of beautiful things that we have done that have not been acknowledged. I think
Mm-hmm.
that's important, really important.
In regards to American history, Black women have largely been unwritten from history.
Mm, most definitely.
Like there are so many Black women that were influential in the advancement of Black people, and the average Black person don't even know these women's names
I
because Black
think
history is taught through the Black male lens.
true, true. I think that's one thing I am grateful for in regards to, even though my dad was like pro black.
Mm-hmm.
When I was younger, it was a case of we had something called Saturday school here within the community,
Mm-hmm.
and it was like Monday to Friday would be normal, British school.
Mm-hmm.
Saturday would be Saturday school where we were basically taught black history, black education, kids that had issues with, whether it's reading, writing, English, maths.
Mm-hmm.
That you'd have extra tutors working with them, and then coming from a church family background, Sunday was church until ridiculous o'clock. So I really
Girl, and don't go back. Sometimes you have to go back 2 times.
did you go through that as well? Okay.
Yes, I went
Yes.
through that. Like I was in the choir and I was a junior usher member, usher
Oh,
board member.
I feel your pain then. Yeah. I used to remember those sessions of getting up at like 7 o'clock in the morning, being at Sunday school for the kids from I think it was like 8, 9 o'clock. We'd be there till like 12 doing Sunday school, and then you'd go into the main session with the adults and be there
Mm-hmm.
to like it was supposed to be like 2 to 3 p.m. that it finished, but sometimes it's the pastor was feeling the Holy Spirit. You could be there for the next 2, 3 hours.
Black churches run on CPT time.
Okay. And then it's like you rush home because you might have left the chicken on low and
Yeah,
pastors.
hungry.
Do you get what I mean? You get something to eat and then it's like, oh God, gotta go back to church for maybe the evening session. So yeah, I
Yeah,
feel you,
there was
sis.
a program in the evening. Oh, be at church all day.
But what I did appreciate was with the Saturday school, there was a couple of black women who were teachers,
Mm-hmm.
and they would set us projects about, black women in history, to help us learn and things like that. So I appreciate those women of that time that did that. We don't have as many Saturday schools now. A lot of things were defunded, a lot of things, fraud and all the other stuff that goes on within black communities. But I appreciate the fact that I was around at that period in time in my community to be able to learn those things. It's
Mm-hmm.
just unfortunate that, now a lot of those things that would have been useful to kids today is now not available. But I suppose it's on one learning in terms of going out and getting that information yourself. So I appreciate what you're doing, Coco, and I'm looking forward to it. Like I was saying to the ladies earlier on the stream, when I saw that it was like how many, I think you were like 40 minutes in, nearly an hour in, and the way that YouTube's been glitchy, I was like, okay, I'm ending this stream in 5 minutes. I'm gonna go visit Coco. Dusty Love Connection. So I said to the ladies, come over and join the fun and, learn
Yeah,
and things
my
like that.
mom always cracks up at the name of my channel.
I love it. I love it.
Oh, wow. Like, I think I think she prefers the live streams
Hmm.
over like my pre-recorded content.
Okay.
So I think my pre-recorded content is a bit too much. My mother said she said it was a bit much.
I
Most of
think
this,
obviously with your pre-recorded, you've got a specific intention with that.
yeah.
But then obviously when it comes to your live streams, we're seeing different elements of your personality and character and the different levels to you. Do you get what I mean?
And
That's why.
that's why like that was my whole intention with doing these like weekly like live streams. Also because like y'all know my content is kind of sporadic due to my
Mm,
schedule, but I just want, like, I want this to be a multifaceted channel. Like, yes, we can drill black men, but we can also have deep conversations.
Yes. Okay. Definitely. Definitely. And that's what I enjoy about this platform, the drills, but also us being able to commune as black women, because this is the way that you build sisterhood. It's a part building the trust and the different elements that go into the foundation of it.
Hmm.
So, gotta
And
start
that's
somewhere.
like, and I like, I pride myself, like, I don't ever want my channel to become an echo chamber. Like, we can all agree to disagree. I want there to be dissenting voices, because that's the way you have, engaging conversations.
True. True.
And so, like, I don't want to be the place where any black woman feels like her voice is muffled. Like, sis,
Mm-hmm.
I'm willing to listen. We may not agree, but I'm willing to listen.
Mm-hmm. No, I agree with you on that. Obviously, with some things, sometimes there is the echo chamber moments because of
Hmm.
what's going on and how it's affecting women, or the people that are around you. But I do think, having the opposing side or people having different views, it stimulates different parts of the conversation. Do you get what I mean? Because, like, we agree basically on a lot of things, Coco. Do you get what I mean? Which is cool. Which is cool. But obviously, having the opposing, the devil's advocate or whatever you want to call them, it stimulates different parts of challenging different types of thought. And also, it shows you different people's thought process about what exists and how they feel about things, so that you can get a better understanding of their mindset and where they're coming, as well as what you were saying earlier about, just like with slavery, there was different types of slave masters, different types of things. We might be on.
You went out for a second, Queen.
Sorry, I keep forgetting that this thing's gonna go. I don't know how to get it to stop doing the screen thing, but I was saying that we're black women, yeah. But in America, you've got the South, you've got the North, you've got the
Hmm.
West, you've got the East Coast. So you've got different kinds of flavors. Do you get what I mean? Just like here in the
Hmm.
UK, you've got the West Midlands, you've got the South, you've got London, you've got Manchester. So even though there's similarities in our collective experiences, there's still different elements within our cultures that may be slightly different. And I
Hmm.
think that's a beautiful thing, isn't it? Because
Hmm.
people sometimes forget outside of the community, they're looking at the black community, but there's so many individual communities or religious sects within the black community and the wider diaspora to sort of
Hmm.
explore and understand and get to know. So I enjoy it.
No, Queen, my mother said you, she said, Queen seems like a very nice person.
Thank you, Mum. Thank you, Mum and Noir. Okay.
Yeah.
I like
She's
to think I'm a nice person, but if you ask the Dusties, they'll tell you something different, Mum and
oh,
Noir. Okay.
my will. Oh yeah.
Yes.
What
Go
was
ahead, sis.
no, I was trying to read what Felicia, I'm not gonna call her Felicia. She said she was born in the 70s, so I'm gonna call her Miss Robinson. uh, she was talking about how bug breaking feels like trying to compete against the historical assault on black women. It's too much like we're sexually assaulted too. And that actually plays into what I was talking about. I don't know if you were here earlier, Miss Felicia, when I was talking about how the criminal element in our community, like, people oftentimes use the excuse, well, white people do it too. And the author Khadisha Nassif was saying that when we make those sorts of statements, we delegitimize our movements. And
Hmm.
I think that that whole, like, how black men are trying to say, oh, like, they were essayed as well, basically tries to delegitimize the historical trauma that black women have faced in this country, not only at the hands of non-black men, but at the hands of black men too, because they're like, black women weren't just being essayed by white men on plantations.
Okay. I'm interested to know when, and this is not me meaning to listen. For some of y'all who don't know me, you know, I've got some Jamaican in your face comedic mixed with British sarcasm that doesn't always register to people. But
Mhm.
I'd be interested to know when, you know, after these sexual assaults that black men were going through, not to undermine or diminish what they went through, but yeah, they weren't giving birth to the slave masters' babies and having to deal with the pregnancies, or
Mhm.
being on the other hand of having to deal with, you know, slave masters' wife hating you because, you know, her husband's sleeping with you at, well, not sleeping, but, you know, because of YouTube,
Mhm.
raping you at night instead of giving you the attention that you want, and the assaults that have been perpetuated on black women by the slave master's wife in ruining their beauty and all those other things. And
Mhm.
like you said, in those slave narratives that you were saying that black men had spoken on, how black women were treated so much worse. So this is why I think it'll be really important over the next couple of weeks for me to sort of get that together and listen to those things, because it will, it might not combat it, but at least it's out there for people to listen to and understand that it's there. Because like you said, we're always hearing black men's voice on these subjects.
Mhm. Make
We're deemed as less important.
make sure you put up a community so I know like I can be there for that stream.
Oh, definitely. Either I'll put it on the community wall or look out for it on the Discord. It'll be in the next few, probably in the next few days while it's fresh in my memory before I forget.
And it's perplexing that men from that period of time are able to see the brutalization of women, but black men in modern times can't seem to acknowledge that black women were brutalized historically during
Because they're
slavery. Like
selfish.
it makes no sense.
It does in one way to me, Coco, because the black men that actually went, oh,
Hmm. I can hear you.
I thought the screen had gone blank again. It does in one sense because the black men that were there in slavery, they physically, visually witnessed it for
Hmm.
themselves. The men that are talking about it now, they didn't experience it. They're hearing other men's stories, they're picking up other pieces of information. So I can understand why there's a difference to an extent in why the black men back then who physically visually saw those traumas actually affecting black women,
Hmm.
and even listening to stories of you know, black women breastfeeding black men on the slave ships and things like that because they were so dehydrated and not being looked after by those transporting them over on the ships, as well as black women going through being great in order to try and you know, override the slave ships. And black women, our resilience and our ancestors and black women's resilience is just, sometimes I'm just amazed by everything that I hear and see in terms of the things that they went through in order to save black men, in order to keep black men, in order to
Hmm.
still, through all that, still push black men to the forefront. And we still get backhanded slaps with the way that their behavior is. But it doesn't surprise me in one sense because of, you know, we see it with the Bible, you know, Christianity.
Hmm.
You know, the women get written out of the Bible because it's the same sort of misogynistic tendencies. Put the black male thought, sorry, not the black male thought, but put the men's patriarchal thought at the forefront because women were seen as second class citizens and not important.
Hmm.
So, yeah, that's where it's coming into my mind with that kind of thing. Hopefully, it makes sense.
No,
Sometimes
it
it makes
does.
sense in my head, but you know.
That makes a lot of sense.
Okay.
Black women have historically laid their entire beings at the feet of black men.
Hmm.
And what has it gotten us?
Very little. Nothing at all. Okay.
Like it's sad. Like it's sad.
Yeah, well, with the way things are right now, That's why I'm saying it's important for us to concentrate on ourselves, because we've spent years trying to build these guys up. We've spent years praying, hoping to God, christening their heads with
Uh-uh.
oil for them
Speaking,
to.
breathing life into, we gotta breathe life into into a living black man. Like we
It's
gotta we have to rebirth them once they
no.
become adults.
Mm-mm. Listen, me give birth to one pitney. One pitney come out of me pum pum. Okay? That's it. I've given my how many years of dealing and doing what I needed to do for black men or the black community. It's time now to focus on black women and black children's needs. Okay? We're way past necromancy, leechism, and vampirism to the ninth level that I didn't even know was possible in this lifetime. So no, if they're
Mm.
grown ass men, go be men. Okay.
And
I'm not with it.
it's weird how these adult men feel as though women should protect them.
It's ridiculous. It's
That's
ridiculous.
like my brother asking me to fight another man for him. Like
I am not doing it.
exactly.
Nope.
Like I would never. I mean, my brother would never ask me no nonsense like that. But I'm just saying, like that's literally what it looks like. Like you have your brother asking you, your adult brother, be like, "Come fight these men for me." Like
Ridiculous.
you wouldn't go fight men for your brother, like would you? I would hope not.
Nope. Not me. Nope. Nope. You better sort that shit out yourself. Nope. Okay. Mm-mm.
And then they'll turn around. If you were to fight this man, then they turn around and say, "This is why we don't date you. You too manly."
Yeah, exactly. So you're again then putting yourself in the feminine aspect of the role that you deem is masculine. You're taking women out of their feminine role to be masculine for you when you need it, which just goes into the hypocrisy and contradictions that keep going in the community. You want women to be subservient. You want women to then go out on the front lines and fight for you. We've put things in place that these dudes have always benefited from it, whether it's BLM, whether it's the Crown Act, the things
Mhm.
that we've even done for ourselves and the children to be able to protect our cultural heritage and cultural hairstyles. They're still benefiting from it, but we
Exactly.
haven't had anything in return apart from death, unaliving, and everything else that you're seeing out that's
Like, yeah.
degenerate right now. So no, it's time for black women to focus on where they need to focus on. And for me, it's the awareness, but also making sure that we continue to do our self-care, focus on our mental health, and those real ones, that I consider to be the real ones in terms of quote unquote men in the space that actually want to learn from us and are willing to actually listen and take the information back and translate it is one thing. But the emotional dust mites, they can go somewhere. Go leech off each other. Go vampire off each other.
Good
Nope,
night,
nope, 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 nope.
Iron Kitty. I hope you got to your where you were going safely. She said she was riding to Idaho.
Okay. Stay safe, majestic iron kitty cat, sis.
Yeah. And Ebony Toe, she says slavery was systematic in Africa and well known everywhere in Africa. And the ones that did not practice were dragged into wars for or against slavery. I mean,
Okay.
it's still going on to this day.
I was gonna say, people go on like everything's been like hunky dory on the continent. Like there's never been no infighting or them trying to take over each other's tribes and countries on the continent. That's been going on for hundreds, if not thousands of years.
But you
But
know what
have
shocked me?
go ahead.
Is I didn't know that basically intercontinental trade was basically non-existent.
Oh, you didn't?
No, I thought I assumed they were trading amongst each other, but they're not.
Not on a massive scale, no.
No.
So it's like you do yourself your own disservice. They'd rather
Yeah.
go to some of the other Chinese countries,
Yeah.
and other countries rather than go to their own people, which is like, well, how can you really claim unity? And we are Africa if you're still, investing in dominant races that are not going to do their best by you. This is why I said the hypocrisy and listen.
I
Wherever black men exist, dust exists. Wherever black men are, contradiction and hypocrisy exists as well.
yeah,
Currencies.
yeah, because like I was just reading, there was an article that just came out about Nigeria basically like outlawing foreign models because I'm like, how is it that in a nation that is predominantly black,
Mm-hmm.
that most of the models are non-black in the advertisements? That makes no sense.
Because black men are the ones that are controlling the advertising industry.
But I mean, like, I'm not gonna say it makes sense because I mean, even if you look at a historically black publication like Jet Magazine, if
Mm-hmm.
you go and look up a lot of their covers, because I mean,
Mm-hmm.
it was owned and operated by black men. They were asking questions like, "Are Japanese wives better?" Are and then it was like they were praising biracial women because at that time, like in America, black people claim biracial, so it was like covers full of biracial women, or it's like
Mm-hmm.
it was like Negro women are getting prettier, but it was
Mm-hmm.
all biracial women.
Mm. Yeah, I really enjoy what's the lady's name? Ty from Hot Mess History, because she
Yeah,
goes into like content like that to do with jet and other things that are relevant to those kind of topics
yeah.
and showing the truth of those things.
I've got a lot of like the covers of the Jet magazine because I'm going to do something with that eventually.
Mm-hmm.
Um, a lot of the covers are upholding proximity to whiteness,
Oh, most definitely,
and it's
most
like these
definitely.
are supposed to be black centered publications, but then again, they're being run by a black man who apparently thinks non-black women, based on his publications, are better.
Oh, definitely. This is why I was saying about what I was saying earlier, because with Ty from Hot Mess History, she posts on her community wall the covers from Jet magazine, and I was noticing that because over the years, there's only certain ones that have been available here in the United Kingdom.
Hmm.
Do you get what I mean? And my aunt, she was, I don't know if she still does it, but she was a collector of black women's magazines. So when she would travel to America, it would be things like Jet she picked up or Ebony until those things became available here. Do you get what I mean? But
Hold on, I
in
just want to clarify. She said maybe I read the article wrong. It's not mostly. Oh, it's foreign products. So are you saying that the foreign products, like they can't use a non-black person to advertise the foreign products? Because the article made it seem like it was more so the models and not products. I'll have to read it again. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of, or there was, because I don't. Is Ebony still around? I know Jet isn't, but I grew up like I remember
as far as I'm
when
aware, Ebony's still around.
Jet Magazine, I used to always look for it. Like I used to love looking at the Jet beauties because I used to be like, I'm gonna be in the Jet Magazine.
Yeah.
I was like, I will be a Jet beauty one day.
I'm looking at those because my auntie's got one of those, those archive type cases things because
Mm-hmm.
she'd like to keep them pristine. Like I said, she's a collector. I'll
Mm-hmm.
have to ask her if she's still got them because it'll be interesting to see them now if she's still got them. But she would be like really, really fussy, almost like when you go to the museum and they want you to wear the gloves and stuff like
Mm-hmm.
that, and you having to go wash your hands, Cascade, go wash your hands, make sure you use the soap, get under your nails. And
Mm-hmm.
until I got to a certain age, she'd relax. But when I was younger, it would be like, just watching me, just making sure that I'm turning the pages okay and that I'm not tearing anything. But it was just so inspirational and inspiring back then, being a kid in the 80s, 90s, and not having as much access to, black products or black magazines. There was a lot
Mm-hmm.
of things coming in from America or family that were traveling, bring you something back and you'd be like, wow,
Yeah,
black women are the models.
my grandma always had a subscription to black magazines like Ebony, Jet,
Mm. Hmm.
all of that. Yeah. Like
I mean,
I feel like every black person growing up, like if you grew up in a certain period of time, like Jet was always in a black home.
Coffee table books and that back in the day. Brings
Hmm.
back a lot of memories comparison to what's going on now. But as far as I'm aware, I think recently I'm trying to remember. I know I saw an article with Chloe and Halle, and I think that was Ebony, if I remember correctly. So as far as I'm aware, they're still going. If they're not publicating physical books, then a lot of people have gone online in it for the online subscriptions and stuff, and using social media and stuff. So I think yeah, I think they're around. I think they're still
Yeah.
around.
I mean, I understand that. I know what she was saying. Yeah. Um, but yeah, I just, in regards to the whole like Nigeria like model thing,
Mm-hmm.
and like I really, it wasn't until recently that I started to realize that I'd say probably in like the last 2 to 3 years, because most people, they have, when they speak of Africa,
Mm-hmm.
they have this very romanticized view of Africa.
Yeah.
Like it's going to be like, this place where we as Black people can just come and we're all going to be welcome with open arms, and it's going to be home for us. And
Oh,
that's not
please.
the case.
It's far from the case. Far from the case.
And like I just want Black people to like get out of this idea that like all of our issues would undoubtedly be solved if we just go back to when African countries have their own set of issues
Yeah,
they're facing.
most definitely. Because I remember things over the years, like you've had apartheid, you've had the situations with Nelson Mandela, Winnie Mandela, um, and even like a number of years ago, I was gonna do a project around Nelson Mandela, and I was reading like Long Walk to Freedom and stuff, and
Hmm.
some other research and stuff, and then I became interested in Winnie Mandela because it was like, okay, well, how did his name keep being, in the public forum, and he was sitting on Robbing Island for like nearly, what was it, 21 years?
Hmm.
And it was because of her, it was
Yep.
because of Winnie Mandela. So I don't think people give her as much credit as she's due. People may not like her. At the same time, I before she died, the research that I was doing into that project gave me a new insight into why she became the way she was, the things that happened. She got exiled and was treated like crap. She was taken away from her children,
Hmm.
raped and abused and tortured by police searching for Nelson before he got formally locked up. Do you get what I mean? And then just
Hmm.
all the other stuff with having their homes attacked and stuff by other parties that didn't want to see Nelson's campaign move forward, and just all the other things with the Abutu tribes and other tribes that were attacking neighboring tribes and slaughtering women and children.
Hmm.
So people want to talk about things being perfect. No, the continent has been far from perfect. Just like, I don't know, in terms of holiday fantasies that get sold, in
Hmm.
America sometimes they're going to show Queen and Country from England and Buckingham Palace and make it look a certain way, and vice versa when they're showing us how great and fabulous America is. I think it's the same with Africa and selling Black people a certain type of ideal when it comes to the
Hmm.
continent. Well, they've got their problems. They've most definitely got their problems.
And Ebony Tell was talking about the Kassar marriages. I actually want to, I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right, Kassar, but about the basically during the slave trade, like tribal leaders were basically offering up their daughters
Hmm.
to the European invaders to
Yeah.
sort of build these bonds, so then that would like protect their tribes from becoming enslaved.
Oh yeah, because you had
Because
the, oh God, what's her name? Is it Princess Charlotte?
hmm
Who was, oh gosh, sorry. Sometimes I confuse my
isn't she like
history.
the queen's niece or something?
She
When's the
was,
play?
if I'm thinking about the right one, because there was one that was born to one of the soldiers that was, I can't remember his whole thing with the infantry and stuff, but he had a connection to the royal family. But there's one specific princess that was, she was a princess in Africa, and the two tribes were fighting, and she became a casualty of the war. And they basically gave her as a present to Queen Victoria.
Mm-hmm.
um, and she basically lived with Queen Victoria, but not technically the way people make it out. Like she had this whole princess life. She was more like, in one sense, a maid in waiting. Do you
Mm-hmm.
get what I mean? So even parts of history get changed with
Yeah,
that.
because they're
Do you get
trying
what I
to
mean?
demonize the queen as if she wasn't part of,
Yeah, but even the fact that you sold a whole princess to another tribe, you ran into her family's, kingdom, killed her parents, enslaved the women and children. She became one of the prisoners of war. You've decided to give her as a gift to the Queen of England, another princess from another land, just so that you can protect your land from them being invaded by the Europeans. So it shows, they will do what they need to do to protect themselves, including sell other, if you want to call them continentals or Africans or other black people, then they do it. They just don't tell you the full history
Because
sometimes with these things.
I feel like I might be wrong, like, because I believe, like, the book, I forget the name of it, mentioned the Khazar marriages in this book that I was reading, and
Mm.
pretty much like these biracial descendants like are still somewhat in power to this day.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they hold a lot of political power. I forgot which country it was in. For some reason, I want to say I'm not gonna say because I can't remember. But yeah, and it was just like it got to a point where, in the book that I was reading, and they were gave a brief like synopsis of it, got to the point where, like, if you were from a wealthy African family, like, it was automatically assumed that you were going to marry a white person as a woman. Like your father was trying to set up a white like trying to set up a marriage between the white man so there was wealth, because I mean a lot of there was African families that have profited off the slave trade,
Mm.
and people don't want to have those conversations either.
Yeah, there seems to be some obsession, because I even remember with Winnie Mandela's book, because Winnie Mandela's mother was biracial. Yeah.
Hmm.
Her dad was full black. Winnie Mandela, if I remember correctly, her mom, her mom's parents were missionaries that had come to Africa. And Winnie Mandela's grandmother, her father's mom, wasn't happy with his prospective wife. If I remember correctly in the book, there was a specific name that they used to call biracial people or white people, and it was seen as women like Winnie Mandela's mother being biracial. It was seen as unpure and unclean to mix the line. So there was a specific name that they called her. I'll have to see if I
Hmm.
can find the book again, because it's really interesting. But to see the fact of when she was born, the way that they are talking about in certain nations that it's not acceptable for black men to marry out, or for black men not to marry biracial women, because it's seen as you're diluting the bloodline,
Hmm.
to where we are now with things, just shows the impact of black men changing the traditions of how society was supposed to be run, because that's supposed to be something cultural. Do you know what I mean? Even when you look at the royal family, they're called blue bloods because they stick to their own.
Hmm.
And black people, to a certain extent, were known for that, to a certain extent, until it came to a thing of trading between certain types of countries to see if they could enhance their power structure. But Europe's been really funny with always trying to keep their bloodline as pure as they could. So the majority of them only really wanted to go towards, the England, France, Germany, those quote unquote white dominant races that could keep their bloodline going, do you know what I mean, rather than the African ones. It didn't serve a purpose to them. They might give them one of the generals or the lower downs, but
Mm-hmm.
the other roles, the higher roles, no. I
And
think,
oh yeah,
go
go ahead.
ahead.
No,
No, no, I says I've only known of probably two or three that have actual like African princesses or biracial princesses.
mm-hmm.
I think there's one before Meghan Markle that's an African princess that married into, I think it's is it a Moroccan family? I can't remember which family, but she was technically the first in the sort of 2000s era, that kind of 90s generation that married in to like white society in that side. Otherwise, before that, previous to that, it's been less than a handful of
Mm-hmm.
what we would call black women. But you know, like the whole Jim Crow, um, having a bit of drop of black blood in you. Do you get what I mean? There
Mm-hmm.
are other princesses that when you look into their history, they weren't fully black, they were biracial, or they would have been called, what is it, an octanoid, in terms of their multiracial background.
Mm-hmm.
So there's only really a few of them that would have been considered when you look now at the genealogy fully black.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah.
But yeah, in regards to like the Cassar families, like these men, these English or like Portuguese, what have you, these men would have whole lives in Africa, but they had their real wives back in whatever their home country were. They never took these black women to their home countries.
Yeah. Sounds about right. Or white, should I say.
So it was like they were living like two totally different lives.
It's like a whole polygamous thing to make sure that their bloodline still seeps into both cultures and
Hmm.
keeping that polygamous double life.
Because I mean, what they were doing is they were creating a buffer class.
Yes.
I mean, they were unable to make a large buffer class in Africa, but the buffer class that they created still has power. Like I was watching a vlogger, an African vlogger. I think it was a young girl. Like
Mm-hmm.
her channel had just popped up, and I just started watching her content.
Mm-hmm.
And I believe, I believe she was West African. I can't remember what country she was from, but she went to like you could tell that she came from like a relatively well-to-do family.
Mm-hmm.
She was attending like an international school, and she was basically, just like teenage girls do, like venting her issues. And she was saying, I guess, like in African like schools, like they're mandated like hairstyles. All the girls have red hair and
Mm-hmm.
things of this nature. Or like they even in some of these schools, like they mandate that these girls have to cut their hair. But apparently, like the biracial girls don't have to adhere to these same standards. They don't make
Yeah.
the biracial girls like wear the hairstyles, and they can do like all these other things with their hair that they're not allowing like the fully African female students to do. And apparently there's a lot of favoritism.
Mm. Sad.
Yeah. It's just like, I mean, like I feel like it really upsets me that Nigeria has such a huge problem with bleaching, because I think the World Health Organization um, ruled like Nigeria the bleaching capital of the world a few years ago. I don't know if that still stands, but I
Mm-hmm.
know a few years ago, like they were the bleaching capital of the world. And it was at the same time we were seeing like all those really weird videos coming out of Nigeria, like that lady in the acid bath and like her skin was. Did you ever see that video?
Yeah, I saw that. I saw that. I remember at one point I posted it on my old Instagram page and was like, "What the hell is this? What the hell is going on?" Because I was just like, "Why are people doing this to themselves?" You
It's
did-
like it really like when I see these videos, or like you'll see you'll see like African women online making videos about how to bleach.
I've seen them. Plus, with my aunt being Auntie Margaret being Nigerian, there's
Mhm.
women in her family that I've seen that have bleached. Do you get what I mean? And I was always, in my teenage years, it was like weird. Like you come to certain family parties and they're one shade, and then you come back and see them how many months later, and they've been bleaching. And
Mm-hmm.
I never understood it. I never got why they did that to themselves. And then, within the Jamaican culture, you got cartel with the blue
Mm-hmm.
soap, and there's a culture of it out in the Caribbean as well that I think is absolutely unhealthy, with women taking chicken pills, to stop themselves from producing certain types of melanin. So we've got some issues, some deep rooted issues that we
Mm-hmm.
really need to sort out.
I mean, yeah, I think like Miss Felicia was saying, women in America may have used to bleach, but I don't think bleaching is like I don't I don't find that I've ever encountered a black woman that I've known that has been a bleacher. A black American woman. I don't know. Maybe like historically it may have been because I mean they did you saw that we've all seen the advertisements for it back in the day, but I don't really think like bleaching is as large of an issue with black Americans as it is with like other black people throughout the diaspora. And I remember because I always thought that bleaching was more so like a thing that women did, but like
Hmm.
I've like there's like you said, there's Caribbean men that do it, and even my African friend, like he was telling me, like there are African men in Africa who bleach.
Mm.
Like I didn't know that it was also a thing men were doing as well.
Men are doing it, they're just not speaking of it as upfront
Hmm.
as it's promoted more so by the women in the culture, but men are definitely doing it out there. If you see some of their rap stars and you see their original pictures when they first came up in some of the rap game in Nigeria, or music
Hmm.
artists, and you see the difference to what they're doing now. And there's one specific artist, I can't remember her name, but she basically she promotes certain types of bleaching cream, and like all her posse is using the cream, and like a lot of black women will
Are
roll
you talking
with
about that Denchia lady?
that. Might be her name.
Like she, and the crazy thing is she used to be beautiful.
If
I
it's
don't know
the
if you've
same
ever.
woman I'm thinking about,
I don't know
then
because she
yeah.
was like she's like a musical artist,
Mm.
and if you saw the pictures of her prior to bleaching, like she was gorgeous. She looks crazy now, and I'm
Yeah,
like, because she looked albino, like
it's bizarre. And then I don't know if you've seen the other one with the white woman and her husband that have been
oh
injecting melanin into their
The
skin.
German lady that
Yeah.
wears like I think she has like a curly perm or something.
Mm.
Like she looks crazy because I've never seen a black person that color. I've never like it looks like an artificial color.
This is the thing. And then you've got black people, because she's traveled and done some tour in Africa. They're literally worshipping her. And I'm just like, for what? It's just weird. I don't get it. And some of them out there on the tour, when she was in Africa, were calling her a black woman. And I'm like, no, she's a white woman who injects melanin. And she's going around saying that she wants to become a black woman because
I mean,
black women are strong and all this
I
kind of
wouldn't
stuff.
doubt it because like I watched a documentary on how like white women are moving to African countries to become movie stars.
Mm.
Like they're literally there was this one white woman. I guess she's like quite popular in Nigeria. Like if I had not seen this woman, like she's British, but
Mm.
she's got a Nigerian accent down to a T. Like she speaks Yoruba, she speaks Pidgin, like she does it all. And the comments, like, cause I forget, she was doing an interview, and I was just like, the white worship in them comments was nauseating. I had to leave. I had to leave the video because it was literally like, you would have thought this woman was was Jesus' mother. The way they was worshiping this woman in the comment section for being able to speak their language and mimic their vocal tone. It's just it's sad.
It's very sad. It's very sad.
It's like are easily impressed when the colonizer cosplays as us.
That even that's bizarre to me. The non-gatekeeping over, the cultural appropriation, and just the amount of black men that I'm seeing married to white women that are, fusing them into our culture in terms of hair or braiding or, different aspects of our beauty, our regime,
Hmm.
and giving our secrets away. And it's nothing new when you look at, Kanye West and other rappers that are given sort of the inside scoop to white women and women of other cultures to basically become us. It's just bizarre to me.
But what I find to be quite telling is these women never give black men the recipe to get on white men's playing field.
Exactly.
They never. The recipe only goes one way. That black men are willingly giving up the black woman recipe to these facially challenged non-black women so that they can cosplay as us on the internet. And then these women get the audacity to come on and then try to tell us something about black men. I've always found that weird. Like, it's just because you sucked a little black BBC does not mean you know these men.
Hmm.
Like you
The
you don't know these men in the slightest.
they act like they know them, but then the funny thing is about being here with the way that black men date out is the majority of complaints that I've had before the pandemic and stuff like that was from white women not understanding why black men's mindset was the way it was. So on the surface, they'll act up and play in their faces and do all the stuff. But behind closed doors, the conversations that they're having about black men, if they was to really see them, they wouldn't like them. And we've seen it before remember, I don't know if you remember when it went viral about those girls that were having the conversations in, I think it was Snapchat or one of the apps.
Oh yeah,
And
and oh girl, and then what I found very telling is black men were trying to say that it was that these were black women cosplaying as black white women online, but the white girl came out and said with her whole chest that that's not gonna stop black men from jumping in her DMs.
and they were still jumping in her DMs. They still probably are to this day. So it's just bizarre to me. It's just really bizarre.
It really is, and it's like, and it's weird because white women literally tell black men how they feel about them, but black men just ignore. They love to say, "Oh, these women, they desire us. These women, submit to black men and all of this." But in the same breath, you see white women making videos talking about how dating black men is a phase. They literally say that you're a phase that they grow out of. And then when they do venture back, if they do venture back to whiteness, they don't want anyone to know that they used to date black men. Did you mute? Oh, I guess she muted herself. Did I mute you?
No, I knocked it by accident. But yeah, you're right. They do that.
Like, there's literally videos on TikTok all about how these white girls are like, oh, they're a retired ghetto white girl. And literally, they have videos of them with black men and how they used to dress and act, and now how they act now.
This is part of the reason why we've got a certain amount of biracial children with black fathers in care. Because it's like the mothers wanted to go back into white society, and whoever they were looking to date didn't want any part of the biracial children that they had from a previous relationship. So they've given up their children in order to go back into that society, which is just absolutely ridiculous to me.
I mean, it's the same here because there's a lot of biracial children in care in America.
Mm,
And it's quite telling. It's quite telling.
very
And
telling.
I mean, like now, you see, I don't know how it is for, like, when I lived in London, I saw a lot of like biracial children without, fathers. And
Hmm.
even when I was living in Amsterdam, I saw it. So it's just like this is a global phenomenon.
This is why I say wherever black men are, dust exists. Because same with my daughter's school, the amount of biracial children that are there, and the majority of them, their black fathers aren't present in
Mm-hmm.
their lives, is absolutely ridiculous.
And
Like
also, oh, well, go ahead.
earlier, no, earlier while I was doing my stream, at one point I was hearing noises outside. I can't remember what time it was, but it was late. It was late enough to see the group of teenagers that I saw on the road shouldn't have been out, but it was mainly black boys, biracial, with a couple of white boys mixed in. That are walking down the street at odd hours that should be in their home, safe and sound.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I really don't know. But it's just, they don't want to change. Like, I feel like black men don't care as long as they can say that they have sexual options.
That's all they're interested in, really, is sexual access. Because
Hmm.
outside of that, really and truly, what do they have to offer? Do you know what I mean? We can't put really on the working class and the middle class level. What have they got to offer society, or black women for that matter? They're broke.
I mean, because look at what in the U.S. they rack up a $50 billion debt.
Hmm.
You know that is the entire gross domestic product of Croatia?
Just absolutely ridiculous.
Like the debt that black men accumulate is enough to run an entire nation because the GDP of Croatia is like $55 million. So with that, we could literally fund Croatia. We could literally fund the Croatian economy off the backs of black men's debt. It's disturbing.
I remember.
But they say they bring something to the table.
What table? The rented table?
The
The plastic table?
queen, it ain't even a table. It is some 2x4s on crates.
I've got another crates. Some plywood, some 2x4.
Yes, it is supply. It ain't even IKEA grade plywood. It's worse than that.
God, not the IKEA plywood. Oh gosh. I think more so it's for black women to take notice and the cognitive dissonance to dissipate. I don't know.
Girl, I need black women to put on to put on their glasses and see the light, sis.
Put on the glasses and take off the cape, okay?
Yes.
If you're gonna cape for anybody, cape for yourself.
Listen, sis, put a throw away that titanium ass cape. I know it's heavy. You got scoliosis from carrying that heavy ass cape.
Not
Spine all
scoliosis.
crooked.
Scoliosis, you know.
You got scoliosis from carrying that heavy cape.
Oh Lord, serious. Take the cape off because you need your back for the rest of your life that you
You
got on
do.
this planet. Never mind about carrying their weight. Carry
Look,
your own.
listen, that cape gonna have you at the chiropractor's office every week.
Oh Lord. The chiropractor will be making money. The
Making money.
chiropractor will be happy because they'll be in business. This is the thing. Everybody else is making money off black women. It's time for black women to make money off our assets, our skills, and things like that. Instead of allowing other communities to build off us, for us to be resources for other communities, it's way past ridiculous.
It is. It really is. And I feel like black people's willingness to accept any and everyone into the fold of blackness is absurd.
Most definitely. It's funny how people want to run around and say that people are crackers and coons. At the same time, they're replicating the same behavior that they're projecting onto other people.
Yeah. I,
Listen, sis, I'm gonna have to drop down because
I'm
it's
about to
like
get off
early
here
morning.
myself because it's 1 o'clock. And I told myself I wasn't going to be on here till 5 o'clock in the morning this time.
I'm gonna go and
Well,
get
it
some
was
rest.
lovely talking to you, and I'll be looking out for that stream. I want to say good night to everyone in the chat, and I will see you guys soon. I hope you have a
Take care,
dusty
ladies.
weekend, and don't let anyone rain on your parade. Always carry your head high in all of your endeavors. And that's what I want. Sharice, yeah, you late. And I dropped the link and you didn't come up. Wow.
She might have been busy.
Sharice, she usually come up and talk.
Yeah.
Like, cause I was like, when it was like 0 people in the chat, I was thinking to myself, Sharice will come soon. If nobody else will jump on it, me and Sharice will talk.
It happens sometimes. Oh, she was asleep.
Oh,
Well, you were getting your rest, sis. That was the main thing.
that's all right, Sharice. We'll be back next week. And you better be here on time.
Oh. All right, sis. I'm gonna
All right,
drop
y'all.
down. You
Good night,
take care.
everyone.
Night, ladies.